Good morning, everyone. It is 9:15 a.m. Thank you all for your patience. We are going to call this City Council meeting for August 28th, 2025 to order. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next will be the invocation, which will be by Pastor Linear Akins from the Harvest Connection Church. And then we will also have the Pledge of Allegiance, so if everyone can remain standing, and that will be led by Councilmember Richardson.
Good morning, staff, council member staff, our mayor, and those that are here. Again, I'm Pastor Akins of the Harvest Connection Church, and it's an honor to be here to share the invocation for us today. If you will, let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for this day and the opportunity to serve the people of Fresno. We ask that you bless this council with wisdom, clarity, and unity of purpose. May every decision made be rooted in justice, fairness, and compassion for all. We ask that you protect our city, strengthen our communities, and guide us towards peace and prosperity. We ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Next, we move on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, first, a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom as well as ASL. We also have Spanish in-house translators, and they'll let the audience know the services they can provide.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Carrasco. My colleague and I are at the back of the room. If anybody needs translations, we have headsets for Spanish interpretation. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Jasmine Carrasco. Mi compañera y yo estamos en la parte posterior del auditorio. Si alguien necesita interpretación en español, tenemos los auriculares atrás y con gusto les serviremos. Gracias.
Thank you. And as for announcements, the next meeting, September 11th, 2025, the council meeting will begin at 10 o'clock a.m. The start time is noted on our current agenda. Also, announcement, the upcoming scheduled council hearings and matters section of the current agenda states that the hearing to consider environmental assessment P21-0989 for approximately 3.7 acres of property located on the northeast corner of West Herndon and North Prospect Avenues will be heard on September 11th at 9:20 a.m. However, the hearing has not yet been noticed and will be heard on a later date. The Planning and Development Department will publish a public hearing notice once a date certain has been determined. Also to announce, on the web pages listing the city council meetings, council meeting dates, there was an incorrect date listed for October. The web page has been updated to correctly reflect meeting dates on the 16th and 30th of October. And changes to the agenda. The following items have been moved from the consent calendar to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. First up is 2C, that is ID 25-1144, regarding the land lease and license agreement with the Department of Air Force for Fresno Air National Guard at Fresno Yosemite International Airport. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Richardson and Vice President Arias. 2K, that is file ID 251092, pertaining to the addition of notice of funding availability to the list of procurement methods included in the Regulated Communications Ordinance. That item has been moved to the contested consent by Vice President Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 2Q, that is ID 251015, That is the resolution authorizing application to and participation in the Pro-Housing Designation Program. That item has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And finally, 2Y, that is ID 25-1102, the resolution of intention to annex the territory known as parcel number 458-12120 as annexation number 66. That was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. I have received no additional changes.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent board discussion? We'll start with Councilmember Perea.
None.
Council Vice President.
None.
Councilmember Maxwell.
None.
Councilmember Vang.
No.
Councilmember Esparza.
No.
Councilmember Richardson.
None.
Councilmember White. No, I'm kidding. Okay. There being none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
Okay, moved by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Maxwell. Is there any opposition? There being none, the agenda passes 7-0. Thank you very much. So, as I always say, the best part of the day are our ceremonial presentations, and we're going to go in order today. The first up is the proclamation for Fresno Animal Center presents Pet of the Month, and the sponsor is the Animal Center. So who did you bring? Oh, Tyler, you're in trouble.
Council President, I'm going to recuse myself from this one since I'm allergic to cats.
Okay. That's great. Okay, duly noted.
Well, good morning. We, every month, present a pet of the month. And this month we have a little kitten, 11-week-old kitten, and her name is Lilo. And we have waived all of the adoption fees for anyone that is willing to adopt Lilo. That's our hope today. 11-week-old brown tabby kitten. It says here she loves to make biscuits and cuddle, as you can see with the city manager. Lilo's sibling was adopted, and now she's looking for a loving home. All adoption fees, again, are waived and include spay, vaccine, microchip, and flea tick treatment. So, you know, I know John Gliota is going to be recognized today. I can't think of a better going away present that we could have for you, John, than this kitten. You're allergic to him, aren't you? Oh, you are? Oh, well, then 6. So I think this would be good. Now, you may have to arm wrestle Tyler over this because, you know, he's a cat lover. And Nick, he left the room. But seriously, we have an incredible explosion of pets within our community, both cats and dogs. And we built a $20+ million animal center a few years ago. And you may have read here recently, we're at capacity. In fact, we've been at capacity. And so we really encourage people in our community to come forth and to adopt these animals. And so I'm going to kiss on them, snug a little bit. But I want to have you, if you would, just share a little bit more about the Animal Center and about Lilo.
Yeah, absolutely. So like Mayor Dyer said, Leo is a little less than 3 months old. She's 11 weeks. It's a long 11 weeks before, you know, they're ready to be on our adoption floor and ready to go home. If you have ever been interested in fostering kittens, we have kittens of all ages. They are days old, they are weeks old, and they need somewhere to stay before they get to go into the shelter to be adopted. So we are always looking for fosters. If you're interested in fostering, we provide all the supplies, we provide guidance. We'll teach you how to bottle feed a kitten if you really want to. And yeah, we're happy to just share resources with the community and continue to find solutions for these animals.
Thank you. All righty.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor.
You're a dog guy now, I know.
Next is one that I wish we could postpone for another year, but we have to do it today. The proclamation of John Gliota Day, and the sponsors are the mayor and city manager.
Yeah, I actually wish we could postpone this 3 years and 5 months when I'm no longer in office. But John, why don't you come on up here? City manager and I would love to present this proclamation, and we get to present a lot of proclamations in council chambers and at other events, but this one's very, very special. This is a person that I've known for about 3 decades, and he has a distinguished career, had a distinguished career in the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He is somebody that is of extreme integrity, and this is going to hurt me to say it, John, very honorable person. We kid each other and joke a lot, but he's somebody that I deeply respect. And when he worked for the FBI, he'd worked in a number of field offices and then worked in Washington, D.C., ultimately made his way to Sacramento, where he was over a number of offices throughout Bakersfield, Stockton, Fresno, and task forces, violent crime task forces, fugitive task force. But John Gliota really did it all. And over those years, he was one of those guys that always had the respect of local law enforcement and other agencies throughout, not just here in California, but throughout the United States. And we were very fortunate to bring him on back in 2017, August of 17, we brought him on as an independent reviewer or independent police auditor. And it's a very, very difficult role because you have to thread the needle between gaining the support of the community and gaining the support of a police department, because this person is the one that reviews and audits internal investigations, goes out on officer-involved shootings, is the one that is out there at 3 in the morning on critical incidents, and ultimately makes a finding as to whether or not they concur with the internal investigation. And I can tell you, over the time that I was there as a police chief, there were times we had disagreement, but I have to tell you that John has always had very, very sound reasoning in those decisions that he has made. And so it's going to be a huge loss. I mean a huge loss for the city of Fresno. And he actually tried to retire about a year ago. City manager was able to talk him out of it. And I was really hoping he would stay throughout my term. And I know he has the respect and admiration of this council. And you have the respect and admiration of the Fresno Police Department. And I can speak for the city manager and I. You have our respect as well. And so at this time, I'd love to have the city manager say a few words before we have the proclamation read, and then also like you to say a few words as well. I know you're a man of few words, but I would like to hear those few words.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor said, it's going to be a huge loss. I've had the benefit of, getting to meet with John one-on-one every 2 weeks, every month, and going over the status of investigations, and he's taught me a lot. I know that sometimes when I'm reviewing investigations and something doesn't make sense to me, he's a guy that brings stuff out to my attention in terms that the general public would understand, which I know in government we get wrapped into our acronyms and the way that we do things that are not always understandable to the public. So he's done an amazing job being so accessible to me and to the public. I know him and Arlene, his trusty sidekick, have, where is she? Oh, there she is. Spent a lot of time out in the community at different community events as well. So yes, you are leaving a big void in our organization, and you have very big shoes to fill. And I think what you have demonstrated is that you can have someone with a law enforcement background who can do the job in being able to review law enforcement investigations and have that neutral perspective and make findings that may not always agree with the police department, but always in a way that's been so respectful and in a way of offering suggestions of how they can be better. Not just an indictment or, you didn't do this right. It's like, well, I disagreed, but... And I think that is really, really huge and important skill set. So as we move forward and trying to find a replacement, it's going to be really, really hard. And thank you for your commitment and everything that you've done to your family. I know, he gets all in on these types of things. And so we thank you for allowing him to serve in this capacity as well. So with that, Todd, if you could read the proclamation. Oh, I'm sorry, we were going to have John speak first.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I don't have 5 cats. So, let me get that straight.
So you're not a man of mistakes.
No, I'm not. I got to stretch it every now and then. But just real quick, I wanted to just slide out the back door on my last day, but obviously not, so I'll try to minimize this. My basically 39 years in the law enforcement profession finally coming to an end. But anyone in the law enforcement world or city service know you have to have support, whether it be your family, your spouse, your partner. So I've got to tip my hat to my wife because, well, she knew what she was getting into. She was a former detective, first female officer in her city. So, and I met her at a bank robbery, but that's a story for another time. And then when I was doing the task force, I supervised local law enforcement, and that's when I first heard the term "no crime till overtime," because the FBI paid their overtime, and we were salaried, so there was no quitting time for those folks. But from then, coming down here to Fresno during 9/11, being gone all the time and trying to raise. The oldest one, Mia, was about this tall when I took off to Washington, and Isabella was still probably in diapers. So it's been a tough journey, but they were there the whole time, so I got to applaud my wife and my family for supporting me for all this. But, when I came here to take this position, I didn't come here with the idea strictly to deal with oversight of the police department. I also, one of the roles was to educate the public because I used to see what the public would perceive as maybe some wrongdoing by law enforcement, but we really weren't aware of the training, the laws, et cetera, so that's why I took that role. And I've got to tip my hat to the mayor and the city manager because if you had an issue with any of my reports, I can tell you it's all on me because the whole time I was here, they never changed one letter, one punctuation, any of my opinions. And Chief Casto back there in D.C. Landon, they knew me going through IA. So we would periodically agree to disagree, and I would try and justify my position. And at the end of the day, we shake hands until the next one. But talking about integrity, I've got to minimize this next portion, and I debated about bringing this up, but I will. Because I understand, as of last night, there's some former FBI people that have logged into this, so I think statute of limitations, I don't think they can hook me up. But to give you an idea of the integrity of your mayor, back when I had executive oversight of this office, we had a case involving one of his detectives. And I still remember to this day, when I had to brief him on the case, his quote to me was, or his statement to me was, "John, I'm not going to do anything. At the end of the day, if you don't have enough to arrest him, give me enough to fire him." So I knew that's how he was going to hold his staff and his troops to answer, et cetera. So then, I don't have personal social media, but we monitor the other social media. And the things that I've heard since 2017, that I wanted to respond, but I know better than to get into a social media war with some people. But the issue they brought up, I also had executive oversight over a case involving one of their executive officers, in which I see the comments now on social media. The mayor had to know. Let me tell you, if you think for 1 minute we had evidence that the chief of the 5th largest police department in the state of California was aware and was culpable in some of these activities that this executive officer was guilty of, you think we would have turned our back on that? No way. I would be standing here as mayor of Fresno. But, so I got to tell you that. So then I'm putting that to rest, and I think that's it. But for the folks out there, I know I've made some enemies, but I tried to do it in a professional manner. So I appreciate the support, and I appreciate the support of the City Council.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it very, very much. And this guy really is 24/7. I can tell you a story one time. Somebody was breaking into his car out front in his house, and he chased the suspect down. He was wearing his FBI pajamas and ended up getting him. He caught him, I think, about 4 or 5 blocks away. So this guy's dedicated. Let me read this last part. It says, "Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, August 28, 2025, to be John Gliada Day in the city of Fresno." I know I stole your thunder, but we always do that.
City Clerk,
If I may just say a few words to John. You know, John, I built a reputation in the last 7 years to be critical and to read everything and to second guess and to trust and verify, especially things coming out of the largest department that we have in the city. But I have never questioned the quality and the findings of your report, not because I haven't tried to be critical, because I've looked. But what I found is that your reports were always built on integrity. They were built on truth. They were transparent, and they were holding us as an institution accountable, even though it was very uncomfortable for the administration and for the police chiefs, present and former. And I also appreciate the fact that you are one of the only folks in that level of leadership that I've ever seen in public and community events and meetings in a booth with 100-degree weather and the heat burning, and you standing there and explaining to the public what your role is, what the findings are, providing copies of the reports. That level of transparency and accessibility set you apart from any other level of oversight that I have ever seen. That's why I've never questioned, as much as I try to look for any errors. Your reporting and your decision-making, your conclusions were solid. So I do appreciate the quality of work that you've done in holding us as an institution accountable. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Miguel. Appreciate it. Clerk?
Whereas, following a long and distinguished law enforcement career, John A. Gliotta was hired in August 2017 as the City of Fresno's third independent reviewer. In the ensuing years, he brought an unparalleled level of professionalism to the Office of Independent Review, leading it during a period of heightened attention nationally to law enforcement actions. Over time, his leadership earned the respect of both the Fresno Police Department and the general public. Whereas, Gliotta came to the city of Fresno after a stint as a Fresno County Sheriff Office crime analyst, but the bulk of his career was spent as a Federal Bureau of Investigation agent. And whereas, an assignment to FBI Task Force Coordinator, the Fugitive and Violent Crimes Task Force in Stockton, whose work was recognized by then U.S. Attorney Janet Reno, led to Gliotta's promotion to Supervisory Special Agent in Fresno, and then to Assistant Inspector at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., and ultimately to Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI Sacramento office, where he oversaw multiple field offices throughout the Central Valley, including Fresno, Bakersfield, Modesto, and Stockton. Whereas Gliotta's investigative work covered complex matters including civil rights violations, RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act enforcement, and public and police corruption. His FBI executive oversight included several police misconduct cases that resulted in federal prison sentences. And whereas, after 8 years leading the Office of Independent Review, Gliotta is retiring. During his time as independent reviewer, he applied his extensive law enforcement experience to ensure transparency, fairness, and adherence to standards, and leaves an office that has gained public trust and is a respected part of Fresno city government. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, August 28th, 2025 to be John Gliotta Day in the city of Fresno.
Well deserved. Thank you so much. So moving on, we have our next proclamation for All-American Award winner, Michaela James, and the sponsor is Councilmember Perea.
All right, good morning. Michaela, can I have you join us down here, please? And anyone else that wants to come down. Looks like we have I asked the mayor to join us up here as well. You guys can come up here. So every year we have tens of thousands of students who cycle in and out of our school districts, all who play sports, but rarely do we have somebody who is as accomplished and successful as we do with Michaela James today. So we thought it only right to bring her and to really highlight all the accomplishments, and they're long. And so I have a whole list, and I do want to just read some of your achievements. So her achievements include being a 3-time Central Section champion, a 3-time CIF Masters champion, 3-time CIF High School State Placer, 2-time Fargo All-American, and a Fargo national champion, along with placing third at the National World Team Trials, all while maintaining a commendable 3.0 GPA. Congratulations. And this is for wrestling. I didn't mention that. This is in wrestling. This is in a sport that is dominated really by men, but she has risen to the top and is really setting a name for herself, but for what women can do in a male-dominated sports field. Now, I did ask Michaela if she'd be willing to show us some moves. I think it's never too late to learn some good self-defense tactics, and so I'm looking for a guinea pig. Any colleagues want to? All right, Mayor, it looks like it's going to be you, Mayor. Take off that jacket.
Council President, I'm not sure if our health insurance is that good here at the city. I don't know. Yeah.
So I think most of us here are visual learners, learn by doing, and so there's nothing better than to actually showcase the skills that you do have. Let's put them on full display here, but please don't hurt the mayor too bad.
Like me. Oh, okay.
Take him down, girl. Take him down.
That was good.
All right, who's next? Nelson? All right. No, thank you, Michaela, for that.
That was great.
We can do it one more time if anyone wants to see that again. You want to do it in slow motion? But in all seriousness, Michaela, you are just a star, and you make us so proud. Thank you for being just a staple in the Central East community, the Central School District, but the entire city of Fresno. We look to you for your strength. I know when other kids were out either at parties or hanging out with friends, you were training, and it shows in the results. So I do want to give the mic to your coach to say a few words.
I want to start. My name is Victor Brasida, and I'm the head wrestling coach at Central East. I'm going to let Arturo talk after this, but I just want to take a second and thank her parents and her family for allowing us to coach this remarkable young lady. She's a wonderful person. She's a great athlete, but she also got a huge heart, and that only comes from her family and how she's been brought up. So I want to take a second, and thanking her family for being always her right support for this young lady.
I'm Arturo Brasida. I've been coaching Michaela James for many years, since elementary, middle school, and high school. So I've had the opportunity to grow with her, and along with my colleagues, my cousin and George Moreno in the back, who's an assistant coach at Fresno City College. This young lady is determined to be the best, and she puts in her money where her mouth is at. And I can't wait to see what she does in this upcoming season and the road that she's going to carve for her future, and even on the international level when she gets to that age. So we're coaches and soon to be and always be fans. So can't wait, kid.
All right, so it brings me great pleasure to therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize and proclaim Thursday, August 28th, 2025 to be Michaela James Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations, Michaela. City Clerk.
With relentless determination and quiet strength, Michaela James exemplifies the true essence of striving for greatness. From the moment she stepped into the practice room, her extraordinary potential was evident. Though reserved in demeanor, she radiated a deep desire for growth, excellence, and mastery of her craft. Whereas Michaela's journey, spanning 3 years in elementary school, 1 unique hybrid year during COVID, and now entering her senior year of high school, demonstrates her perseverance for perfect attendance, commitment to extra training, and deep bonds with coaches Arturo Braceda, Cody Berrigan, George Moreno, and head coach Victor Braceda of her high school program have cultivated an environment where her talent flourished. And whereas Michaela's dedication, matched with the unwavering support of her family, speaks to the shared sacrifices and strength behind elite-level athletic success. Her achievements include being a 3-time Central Section champion, 3-time CIF Masters champion, 3-time CIF High School State Placer, 2-time Fargo All-American, and a Fargo National Champion, along with placing 3rd place at the National World Team Trials, all while maintaining a commendable 3.0 GPA. And whereas, with the encouragement of her family, friends, and coaches, Michaela has remained steadfast in her pursuit of greatness. Her strength, discipline, and determination inspire not only her peers, but also future athletes across the Central Unified School District. And whereas her journey stands as a powerful testament to what is possible when talent is fueled by heart, hard work, and discipline. And she prepares for her final high school season and sets her sights on collegiate and international competition, Michaela continues to represent the city of Fresno with honor and a true champion spirit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize and proclaim Thursday, August 28th, 2025 to be Michaela James Day in the city of Fresno.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember. That's terrific. Next, we have a proclamation for California Fresh Farmers Market Association, River Park Farmers Market, and the sponsor is Councilmember Richardson.
Bernard, can you get rid of this pro-cat propaganda, please? There we go. Gentlemen, come on up. So this is my first ever city council meeting proclamation. I want you to know that. This is big. I hope I don't mess it up for you. So Nico and Pete up here, the DeYoungs, about 26 years ago, started something that North Fresno hadn't seen. So River Park, we're familiar with River Park. You know, we have seen all kinds of businesses come and go, but something that's been steady over the last 26 years has really been on Tuesday evenings, the community comes out, they all come together regardless of where they're from, and they experience just this wide breadth of variety and diversity and different culinary and retail opportunities that are there that have really spurred River Park's growth, right? It really turned it into something that was just a commercial area into something that really became a cultural area. So just a little background, since 1999, the farmers market at River Park has been a staple. And they started off with just 10 vendors, 10 partners up there trying to bring what they had out into the community. And now we're up to 110 regular partners at the farmers market. And this year, 2025, they'll be celebrating their 7 millionth customer coming through, not to go to the movie theater only, or not just to go to Barrel House or something else, but to come out and experience a farmer's market. Go and look at the wares, you know, as folks are out there selling their produce or their handmade goods or their food, entire meals for people who otherwise might not have come out. It's really amazing that you guys have not only done it in the past, but you continue to. So I commend you on your dedication and your initiative in, again, unifying and bringing this spotlight, really, to the diversity, the variety, and the flavors of Fresno. So in honor of that, Being that it is up there in District 6 in Northeast Fresno, in the area I'm responsible for, I wanted to commend you both, who have honestly become friends recently. And I'm proud to have you. We're proud to have you in District 6, and I really wish you the best of luck with continuing what has been a benefit for the entire city. So I will hand you over the mic, Pete, and I will hold this proclamation for you that the clerk will read into the record.
Well, first of all, thank you and all of you for the service that you do so well for this city. And when this was presented to me by the property owners at River Park, this was a new place in North Fresno. People knew nothing about it. They told me you could shoot a cannon through the center of the place and not hit anyone. So it was first approached, I was first approached as a project, right? This was, I own an advertising agency. And they needed something going on. So I gave them a list of things that we could do. I've never put on a farmer's market before, and certainly not a certified market. But it very quickly, they adopted the idea, very quickly became a labor of love. 7 years ago, it became a nonprofit organization. My son Nicholas has been with the market, not as an employee, since he was 4 or 5. Now he's the president, and really taking the farmers market to a different level, being as inclusive as we can of the community, celebrating, you know, the thing that we're famous for, or should be, and that is growing the world's fruits and vegetables. And education has always been my number one reason for doing this. And the other is bringing the community together to celebrate that diversity. So 26 years, almost 27 years, I cannot believe that it's been that long. I don't know if the mayor is still here or if he's left.
Oh, he is. He's right there.
Oh, okay. When I started this, just to give you an idea of how long ago this was, he had these blonde curls, this big head of blonde curls. It's been a long time. And we're very appreciative of being recognized today with this. And this really belongs to the community. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Nico, did he pretty much nail it right on the head? Or? All right. Clerk, if you wouldn't mind reading it into the record.
Happily. Whereas, established by Peter DeYoung in 1999, the River Park Farmers Market began as a bold effort to bring a family-friendly weekly gathering to Fresno's newly built River Park Shopping Center. What started as a vision for community connection quickly evolved into a beloved local tradition that continues to thrive more than 2 decades later. And whereas, for the past decade, the market has been proudly operated by the Fresno Fresh Farmers Market Association, CFFMA, a 501c3 nonprofit organization co-founded by community members Peter and Nico DeYoung, together with a team of professionals in agriculture, events management, and public services. The association has carried forward the market's mission of accessibility, inclusion, small business support, and excellence. And whereas, at its launch, the market introduced a California-certified farmers market concept that was self-sustaining, inclusive, and deeply rooted in the local agricultural heritage of the Central Valley. With support from River Park owners and management, a diverse array of local stakeholders, it became a platform for small local farms, artisans, food producers, chefs, the largest weekly food truck hub in Central California, crafters and nonprofit organizations to connect with the community and tenants at the center in meaningful ways. And whereas, over the years, the farmers market has become known for excellence and has annually taken top awards for its dynamic lineup of weekly festivals and themed nights, including Peach Palooza, the Fresno Strawberry Festival, Bacon and Brews, Blueberries and Blues, and the Fresno Pickle Fest, and many others. These events have drawn millions of attendees to River Park Farmers Market from throughout California. And whereas the support from the CDFA, the market also produced a 24-episode televised cooking series, Discover the Bounty, that educated children and families on the nutritional value and consumption of fresh, seasonal ingredients. Filmed live at the farmers market, the series now reaches thousands of students across California and beyond. And whereas from just 10 vendors at its founding in 1999, the market now features over 110 weekly participants with a waiting list of more than 4,000. It has helped over 125 local farmers sell more than 1.6 million pounds of local produce, including more than 400 annual varieties of fresh fruits, vegetables, herbs, eggs, grass-fed beef, local honey, smoked fish, and artisan baked goods, and more to market. Additionally, it has supported over 100 other community organizations in meeting their outreach and fundraising goals. Whereas in 2025, the River Park Farmers Market will proudly celebrate welcoming its 7 millionth shopper. Despite operating just one day a week, its impacts has far surpassed expectations, managing critical food assistance programs for the USDA, State of California EBT, and EOC to countless families in great need. The market's growth and long-standing success are testaments to the DeYoung's leadership of River Park's management teams and owners, the resilience of its multicultural vendors, the generosity of sponsors, and most importantly, the unwavering support of the community. Their collective belief in excellence, diversity, local agricultural, and celebrating authentic cultural foods has sustained this weekly tradition for more than 26 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor and recognize the California Fresh Farmers Market Association, River Park Farmers Market, and proclaims Thursday, August 14th, 2025 to be River Park Farmers Market Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Richardson. That was great, presentation. Next, we're moving on to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, President Karbasi. Just a couple of updates this morning. The first thing I want to do is welcome District 4's newest hire, Celeste Garola. She is coming in as our Community Engagement Director. She's coming from Access Plus Capital, but brings a wealth of knowledge and experience with her. And as she comes into our Community Engagement Director position, she's going to be making sure that we continue to engage with District 4 across the entire district. With the upcoming Operation Gobble and other holiday events, we're going to be very busy. And we've had a very couple of busy weeks leading up to today. Last Friday, we had a ribbon cutting at Vision View. If anybody is familiar with Vision View, they are a business incubator in the airport district in District 4. It is predominantly Black and minority-owned businesses. And one of the things I've learned in this position is that one of the hardest jobs to have is that of a small business owner. And the good folks over at Vision View, Lanisha Senegal and Keena McFadden, have been doing a tremendous job helping predominantly women and women of color being able to get the tools and resources they need to successfully run a business. And when I started this job, they were just kind of getting their footing over at Vision View. And on Friday, we did a ribbon cutting for dozens of businesses at that complex. And so I just want to say congratulations to all the businesses who are doing well. And thank you to Lanisha and Keena for all the great work that they are doing, helping our small businesses in District 4. I also want to thank Mark Standriff and everybody with Beautify Fresno. This past weekend, we did a cleanup over by Pyle Elementary School. We had 81 participants collect over 700 pounds of trash in just that small neighborhood. So this program continues to be successful in drawing out participants from all across Fresno and also in collecting trash. And so thank you for everybody that came out this last weekend to make that possible. On Tuesday, we welcomed hundreds of Fresno State students back to campus during Fresno State's Welcome Week. We welcomed them with coffee from Knockbox Coffee as they went to class. Always a good opportunity to engage with Fresno State students, talk to them about internship and job opportunities with the city of Fresno. And so thank you to my staff, ASI, and everybody at Fresno State who was a part of that event. And while we're talking about Fresno State, it was a very bittersweet week on campus as students returned with the passing of Dr. Joseph Castro. I did not attend Fresno State, but almost everybody in my office has, most of my friends have. So many people in this community have attended Fresno State University and has been a source of opportunity for so many people in this community. Whether you're a first-generation student or a legacy student, Dr. Castro has had a significant impact on that campus, putting Fresno State on the map, beefing up academics and athletics, and really helping to bring that Bulldog pride to the city of Fresno. His passing is going to be a tremendous loss for this community and so many students who are Fresno State graduates. And so, Council President, I would ask that today's meeting be adjourned in Dr. Castro's memory, and also for the children who were murdered yesterday in the Annunciation Catholic School shooting while they were given their morning prayers. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. And of course, we will be happy to adjourn in memory of the children and Dr. Castro. Thank you for suggesting that. Moving on, we are now going to go to Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi, and good morning, everybody. Just a few comments from my office. School is full swing, and so continuing the backpack distribution, I was honored to collaborate with Familias en Action, or Families in Action, to give away over 100 backpacks at Sequoia Middle School. Additionally, my office met and had a conversation with the constituents near the corner of Armstrong and Kings Canyon, also to exchange ideas and resources as well. And two notes out of that conversation is that mail theft is a concern in that neighborhood, as well as public safety, and particularly students crossing certain intersections in that area. I also attended a ribbon cutting ceremony for the Central California Food Bank, and my office afterwards had a tour of the facility. Just to put that into perspective, every year the Central California Food Bank gives out $125 million worth of food to the community in the Central Valley. And 2/3 of that, approximately $80 million worth of food goes to the people in the city of Fresno. And so they're doing a great job. They're expanding. Unfortunately, they're expanding. The needs today is greater than a few years ago. But thank you to the Central California Food Bank for providing those services to our community. And continuing the food theme, my office joined Barreria El Taco Solito, located in the northwest corner of Jensen and Cedar Avenue, for their 10th anniversary celebration. So they've been there for 10 years. And I encourage everybody, when you have a time, especially during lunch, to check out that establishment. And I wish them continued success. And finally, my office coordinated a meeting with the Public Works Department and Sangha Unified School District and the district's contractor to discuss the delay in the traffic signal located at Church and Fowler Avenue. And as you may know, Sanger West High School and JFK Middle School is located at that intersection. And we've been waiting for the light to be operational. Sanger Unified started school last week. We're still waiting for that. It was a great conversation between the city, Public Works Department, thank you very much for being there, and the district, to come to an understanding and to ensure that that traffic signal will be functioning, and it will be functioning, from what I'm told, in the next 2 weeks. So thank you very much for the collaboration between the school district, and thank you for the Public Works Department for coming out there and to trying to get the traffic signal in operation as soon as possible. Continue with that, Farber Education at the corner of Cesar Chavez and 10th Avenue. My office will be looking into that traffic signal as well. And as you know, Fresno Unified started their school a week and a half ago. Again, The traffic signal there is at this time not operational. And contrary to popular belief, the city does not build these infrastructures. The city does not build the traffic signals at Church and Fowler, or the one at Sousa Chavez and 10th. It is the school districts, in this case Sangha Unified and Fresno Unified, who are responsible for building out these traffic signals. And so our job is to ensure that it is built to our standards, but we're waiting for the project to be finished, and then we can give the stamp of approval, obviously with PG&E involved as well. So Fresno Unified, my office will be contacting you very soon to look into when will this traffic light be in operation. And going back to what I said, Clovis Unified, Fresno Unified, and Sangha Unified are the 3 school districts in District 5. School just started a few weeks or a few days ago. And notwithstanding the recent news, I want to wish everybody have a safe back to school and a safe 2025-2026 school year. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bang. Next, we're moving on to Councilmember Richardson.
All right, thank you, Council President. It is a beautiful day currently up in District 6. Congratulations to Supri, who had me at the ribbon cutting on the 15th. Supri Coffee and Tea, it's fantastic, right on the northwest corner of Copper and Maple. If you get a chance and you're up there, fantastic people with a fantastic product. As my colleague mentioned, schools are back in session. I want to thank Valley Oak for having me out as a traffic crossing guard on the first day of school, back when all the kids and the parents are still smiling and excited to be there. It's great being out there, right where the rubber meets the road, if you will, and making sure our kids are staying safe. I'll skip the food bank because my colleague already mentioned it. Thank you to the Northeast Policing District, who has taken many strides lately to confront some of the businesses' concerns along Blackstone, and the fact that they were out in force last week directly contributed to the fact that they were able to respond to another unrelated crime so quickly. So thank you for your hard work up there with the Northeast Policing District. We very much appreciate you, and that was a big success. For those paying attention to the more minute details and happenings in District 6, the Public Works landscaping on Bond was started this week and has been progressing nicely, and we can expect pretty soon that the medians on Nees Avenue between Fresno and First will be commencing soon. In addition, for those of you who have been attending, we appreciate it. They've been full houses at all of our quarterly town halls. Our next one will be the second week of September, also at Valley Oak Elementary School. Council President, that's all I had at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Richardson. Moving on to Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by thanking the Fresno Center for inviting me to be part of last week's backpack and laptop giveaway event. Our community is a better and healthier place because of the work that they've done over the years. I'm grateful to AT&T for its generous investment in our students. The backpack and laptop giveaway was really about more than just supplies. It was about empowering our local youth, many from our district, and helping to close the digital divide that we see within our communities. Obviously, as someone who's in education themselves, I've seen how access to technology can really transform a student's learning experience. So, again, I want to thank the Fresno Center, AT&T, and all the other community partners for that partnership and helping set up our students for long-term success. Additionally, I want to extend a warm welcome to Stephen Lewis, the new CEO of Fresno EOC. Got a chance to meet him at a little meet and greet earlier in the week. Stephen brings a wealth of experience and a strong commitment to equity and community empowerment, and excited to have him and wish him the best in his new role as he leads that very large organization. And lastly, this past week, I had the pleasure of joining fellow UC alumni here in the Central Valley to celebrate the lasting impact of a UC education. And I think there was a few of us who got the invite up here, myself, Councilmember Maxwell, who's a Cal alum, and Councilmember Vang, who's a UCLA alum, correct?
Go Bruins.
Yes, fellow Bruin, yes. And I'm a double UC grad. I get to be a Highlander, our undergraduate, and a Bruin of my graduate school. But it was a great event, joined by other leaders in the community who are also UC alum. And I want to thank the UC Office of the President for investing in the Valley, bringing UC alumni together within the Central Valley as well. That'll be it for me, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. And we are moving on to Council Vice President. Your comments?
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of informational items. This upcoming September 14th is Fiestas Patrias. We'll start off with the parade at noon, and then the festival kicks off at 1 o'clock. We'll be having a lot of local vendors participate in the annual festival in downtown Fresno. Thank you to Caltrans for installing the freeway signage on Cesar Chavez Boulevard signage. It's popping up. It started last week. So again, I want to appreciate the councils for their steadfast support of recognizing Cesar Chavez's legacy with the renaming of several streets and finally putting the freeway signs up as well. We'll be having an upcoming ribbon cutting on September 4th at 10 a.m. for the cricket field facility at the Regional Sports Complex in West Fresno. And then September 24th, we'll break ground in the pickleball courts at Roding Park. So thank you to the Parks Department and the Capitol folks in the city for continuously to engage in all the construction projects in the district and keeping them on schedule. I do want to take an opportunity and a point of privilege, Council President, to invite our new superintendent from Central Unified, who's joining us today, to the podium to introduce himself to the public and to the council formally. So, Superintendent Marshall, you have the floor. Thank you, Council President.
Good morning. I'm back. Proud Superintendent, Central Unified, and I'm coming to say thank you. As a little background, our newest elementary school, Joshua and St. Cara, had a great opening, but we've been dealing with some traffic issues around Brawley Shields area. Now that area is set for some major upgrades in future years, but what do we do now? So we reached out for assistance, and we learned this morning that they started the process as far as putting speed signs up. So we look forward to continuing that work, and I want to say thank you for your partnership in keeping our students safe. So I want to say thank you today.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent. And again, it was a pleasure to meet with you one-on-one this week as well, and I appreciate you for taking the time. So I'm just going to keep my comments very brief. I do appreciate Councilmember Maxwell for adjourning in memory for Dr. Castro. I was fortunate to attend Fresno State, but I was so old it was right before he started. So I was able to see, though, that he and his wife, Mary, they were very committed on the life that students experience every day, and they did a lot over the years to dramatically increase enrollment and open the student pantry and so many other initiatives that were student-centric. And he was passed away way too young, and I just wish his family and the Fresno State community just a lot of strength at this time. I also appreciate the council member for also talking about Annunciation Church. I don't really want to get political and national issues, but it is very, very difficult to see that it's almost okay and routine for children to get killed. I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm not talking about taking that away, but I would love to tell you that things are going to get better. They're not. Washington's not going to do a damn thing. They won't. There's no room for compromise in that city. Not with this, not with comprehensive immigration reform, none of that. So we should expect to see more of that, unfortunately, in our communities, because there is no reasonable reform to prevent guns from killing kids. It's very, very sad. I wish we were federal government and we do something about it, but that's the world we live in. So I just really encourage everyone to just be very careful with your children. If you see anything, if you see anyone exhibiting behavior you think may be mentally unstable and they have a weapon and they say anything about hurting children, please report it. Don't take that chance. It doesn't hurt. You can call the non-emergency line if you think of something. If it's imminent, of course, call 911, but call the non-emergency line and report. If you see something, say something. So thank you for that. I do also want to thank Councilmember Perea for working together on sending a letter to the immigration court judge on behalf of Sam Bepur. Sam is an immigrant to this country who has been detained. He is a former manager at the Pismos in Northwest Fresno, and his story is the story of generations of Americans who've come to this country and worked hard. Sam made a very stupid mistake in his youth that he paid the price for, but it was a nonviolent offense, and he has a family and a child, and he works and pays his taxes. And I think that's not the kind of person that we should be targeting. That's the kind of person who would benefit from continuing to stay in this country and pay their taxes and be a part of the contributing member of society. So thank you, Council Member, for your support there and leading that charge. And those are my comments for today, and on to council business. I'm sorry, Mayor and City Manager. So Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to brief the council on the progress with Measure C. I know there's been some talk show information on it and some news coverage, and sometimes that may not be as accurate as what is really occurring. But I do want the council to know that there is progress being made. There's a facilitation team that I'm a part of that has been meeting on a weekly basis, and then there's also steering committee meetings that are occurring. And I can tell you that as of last night, the steering committee met. Not only are the funding categories approved by them for recommendation to the COG, but also all of the subcategories. They'll be meeting again September 11th to provide allocations to the various categories, and hopefully they will have that finalized on the 18th, and then they'll move forward with some implementation guidelines. And then all of that will be presented to the COG, and the COG will be the ones that will be determining allocation splits between the rural and urban areas, and what that ultimately looks like. So there is progress being made, but I will readily admit there have been a lot of challenges along the way with the change of a facilitator and a number of other things that have occurred on the board, or on the steering committee, I should say. But I am optimistic that it is moving forward, and we'll see what happens when the final product recommendation is presented to the COG for final approval. So I wanted to give an update on that.
Mayor, just
Yes.
on that, I've shared this with you privately, and I know some of the reporting may not be all that accurate as you indicated, and I would honor that interpretation, but I do want to make it clear that it's very concerning for me to hear Fresno appointees seem to be undermining public transit and the allocation for public transit. We just read that Clovis is doubling the amount of routes in their respective community. They too see the doubling of ridership. That's a critical component, so I just want to publicly share with you again.
Sure.
I'm going to fight tooth and nail to protect public transit and not to see a decrease that would lead in reduction of routes for the people who don't have a car, either for financial reasons or because they've reached an age where they can't maintain a driver's license anymore.
Sure.
So, and I know that you too are supportive of expansion of public transit, so I just want to be very public about that.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that in order for this measure to move forward, it has to have the majority of council districts throughout the city of or county of Fresno approve this going presented to the Board of Supervisors. So there's a lot of work left to be ahead, but as you know, I too support. We do not want to go backwards on our public transportation, and we also don't want to go backwards. In fact, we want to move forward in our PCI and reducing some of the deferred maintenance in our city and our roads. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for that update. City Manager, the floor is yours.
Quickly, a Trey memo went out, the Tower District Specific Plan update, EIR, along with the public drafts of the specific plan and design standards have been released for a 45-day public comment period. This came in the middle of August, so we're a couple weeks into that comment period. Personally, just want to put on everybody's radar, the annual Greek Fest is coming up, September 19th, 20th, and 21st. Anybody who goes, I would suggest you go to the website fresnogreekfest.com because they changed the hours this year. So it's not what people are normally used to, so they've made some adjustments to the hours, so hope to see everybody there. Thank you, Council President.
City Manager, I understand that we will be redrawing names to see who can participate in the Tower District Specific Plan project. What's the timeline to do that?
I'll defer to the attorney's office. I don't know if we do it on the day of the vote or prior to that, Brandon?
So before you go there, City Attorney, since the document is public now, we've been getting inquiries and requests to meet on the item. We've withheld that because we don't know who's eligible yet. So I would suggest you guys not wait to the council meeting to determine we know who's eligible, because the public's asking us to engage in discussions about the item already since the document was made public.
Maybe we can get a Trey memo, Brandon, as soon as possible.
We can definitely get a memo. Last time I believe that we had to take the vote on the day of the item. I know there were some concerns about that previously, but we will look into it again, and then we will provide you a Trey memo.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to council business. Now we have 3 timed items, and we do have the consent calendar. We're going to do things a little bit out of order. We're going to go to our 10 a.m. because Mr. Tyrone Roderick Williams has been waiting patiently, and we want to get you up here and to provide your presentation regarding Fresno housing projects. So the floor is yours, sir.
Tyrone Roderick Williams, CEO of Fresno Housing. Good morning, President Kerbasi and the members of the City Council. Mr. Mayor, I just want to acknowledge this morning the critical role that the City Council and the support of the Mayor has had in making affordable housing available to residents in the city of Fresno. Fresno Housing is a member of the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, better known as NARO, and August is our advocacy month. So at the local, state, and national levels, we're reaching out to all of our elected officials and just reaffirming, one, the need for affordable housing programs and affordable housing funding, and to have their support. My colleagues around the country sometimes are facing councils that are not as supportive, but we here in Fresno, I just want to acknowledge that we've always had your support, and we look forward to your continued support. Your support has made Inyo Terrace, Viking Village, and Cedar Heights, all 3 family affordable housing projects possible. But part of that funding that you all provided allows for us to make payments back to the city in the event that the properties actually make money. Then we have additional resources to make additional payments. So, due to the fact that our incredible property management team has been managing these properties well, I'm here today to present the City Council and the Mayor with a check for $216,247, which represents an annual 2024 waterfall payment from our affordable housing project. So you give us money, but we honor our commitments, and we give you the money back on interest payments and principal. So I just want to say thank you. We're in a crisis, but we're not in a crisis of support when it comes to this city and this chamber. So thank you all very much.
Yes. And that comes at a perfect time because we can always use the money to provide great services for people. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you.
That's awesome. Yeah, we're going to break for 3 minutes to do a photo, and we'll be back at 10:28. Thank you. Refusal on any consent items, and then, of course, pulled items will be heard later today. There being none, we're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items, closed session items, and unscheduled communication at this time. So anyone wishing to make any public comments on consent, contested consent, closed session, and unscheduled communication, I have 2 cards. This one is for a contested consent item. This is regarding pro-housing, Pedro Martinez. And that will be followed by Mr. Diddy. Good morning, sir. You will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Pedro Martinez, a policy advocate for a Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm here to make a public comment on item ID 25-1015, the authorization application to and participation in the pro-housing designation program. We urge the city to include meaningful actions to combat fair housing issues in policies and programs recommended by residents during the August 20th workshop held by the city. The pro-housing application guidelines state that the city will consider comments, including incorporating of comments into jurisdiction application and pro-housing policies as appropriate. The current application states the city has met those requirements, but during the August 20th workshop, committee members were informed that no new policies were being incorporated into the pro-housing designation application, even after the workshop. This is contrary to the application guidelines and the state's mandate to affirmatively further fair housing through its engagement to the community to proactively solicit and incorporate input. We strongly urge the city to incorporate the rent control and just cause ordinance in a program to codify the eviction protection program in the municipal code under the enhancement category, which will go beyond state law requirements and reducing displacement of lower income households and conserving existing household stock that is affordable to lower income households. And we urge the city to incorporate an inclusionary housing program under Category 1 for favorable zoning and land use. The city must go above and beyond what is already in the housing element or other city plans to ensure the community needs are met with this application. Additionally, we encourage staff to speak and collaborate with organizations that work directly with unhoused communities to ensure that you are properly following the 7 principles for addressing encampments. Thank you all for this time, and we look forward to working with the city in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Diddy, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Air quality, air quality, air quality. I know I'm going to be sounding like a one-issue resident, but I guess I wouldn't speak so much on this topic if I didn't go from driving a Honda Insight to taking the mass transit in Fresno just about every day. And how that happened, you're going to have to ask some special ed teachers at Roosevelt Middle School in Oakland if they want to tell the truth finally. So anyways, I looked at Google search for rankings of asthma rates for U.S. cities for 2024, and Fresno is at number 11. So originally, I've had many proposals that I hope would at least put some time, effort, and energy from the council into improving the air quality in Fresno. And originally I thought, well, how about a city ordinance banning any further construction of drive-throughs, since they seem to be a burgeoning thing in Fresno. And I thought that's bad for business, and these businesses would just go to Sacramento or Bakersfield and pollute their air. So how about a city tax for these businesses who build drive-throughs, take that revenue and put it into mass transit? And then I also have another proposal. I think I might have mentioned this one time before when I spoke here about a city ordinance giving the authority to Fresno PD to write citations for people who idle in their cars. I see this a lot. It's really a strange phenomenon. People will get in their cars. I see this in parking lots all over Fresno and also in neighborhoods. They'll get in their cars, turn on their cars, and then get on their cell phones. Sit there for a while. So there could be a time limit, and city ordinance could say that PD, if they spot people like this, they can fine them, take that money, put it into mass transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diddy. Next, we have Brandy. Come on up. And as a reminder, folks, this is your opportunity to provide comment on consent, contested consent, closed session, and unscheduled communication at this time.
Okay, thank you. I want to agree with the statements made by Pedro and Leadership Council. I do appreciate regarding the pro-housing, I do appreciate the many efforts to increase affordable housing and the work of the Fresno HCD, such as the partnership with Cesar Chavez Foundation and 2S. And while I cannot speak for all the residents, I want to share that several years ago, I assisted a woman in getting into senior housing with them. And even after being placed, they demonstrated to me great care. I support that. I want our city to be truly pro-housing in addition to meeting the requirements of the state. And I'm grateful that one of the things they require is meeting the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness 7 principles for addressing encampments, and that they believe that to be crucial, and stress that the city take it to heart and hold our city accountable. The experience of our in-house that we've been told and what they have told us, so in reading the principles and what we have seen, have shown that the city is not following these principles. There's a lot more than I can voice in 3 minutes. Regarding the principles 1 through 4, the outreach team goes out to the in-house and works to identify shelter, which is very limited. However, Principle 1 states in addressing encampments that there be collaborations with many entities, including those unsheltered and advocates, and that Principle 2 requires engagement in encampments, and this is simply not happening. But this would lead to solutions and concerns being addressed. Our shelters are not being brought to the table. Regarding outreach is separate from the rest of the encampment resolution and harsh activities of displacing people and throwing away their belongings against Principle 4. Most of the time, no one is there to assist them, and isn't there when Heart Police and Sanitation are displacing those encampments and their rights and dignity are not being protected. People are cleared even if there is no viable shelter and are often not given notice. And certainly in most cases, Heart does not offer nor honor requests to provide storage. The document states that storage is needed so that it does not become an impediment and that communities should take care to avoid destroying personal belongings. Instead, In fact, but they do not do this. In fact, in a vivid example that I experienced this year, I came upon a clearing in which they asked me, and I could have collaborated, to hold someone's dog so that they can move their belongings. But once I did that, they proceeded to throw away those belongings. And even when we asked for them to store it, they threw it away, including a wheelchair. They did not offer shelter. The only solution often stated by HART is to go to the Poverello House, which is redundant, or not come back. In addition, it states that jurisdictions prevent criminalization of those in the house, but that's continuing to happen even in the ordinance. In Policy 5, the city states to have more, it needs to include more varied response. Note that there are solutions listed in the guidelines of other creative actions that we have suggested that could facilitate success that do not minimize dignity in agencies, such as storage units and mobile health crisis teams like a.
Thank you, Brandy. Your time's expired. Thank you so much. So last call for public comment on consent, contested consent, closed session, and unscheduled communication. I'm not seeing anyone come up, so we're going to close public comment, and we're going to bring it back to the council. So is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Moved by Council Member Perea, second by Council Vice President Arias. Any opposition? There being none, the item passes 7-0. So that's the consent calendar. Thank you all for those of you that have been waiting. We're going to go back to our timed items now. First is a 9:10 a.m. Hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno Community Facilities District number 11 and annexation number 158. Now, we are not requesting a public presentation at this time unless any council members wish to hear one. There being none, are there any questions by the council on this item? Public comment now. Again, this is on the 9:10 a.m. hearing regarding the CFD number 11, annexation number 158. I'm not seeing anybody from the public wishing to come up, so we're going to close public comment on this item and close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and action. This is in District 6, so...
Motion to approve, Council President.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Richardson. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Bang. Oh, I'm sorry, Esparza. Okay. Sorry, my left ear. And we have a third and a fourth. Yeah. So motion by Councilmember Richardson, second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? There being none, the 9:10 a.m. item passes 7-0. Great. Next, we're going to move on to our 9:15 a.m. hearing for consideration of text amendment application number P25-00974 and related environmental finding for environmental assessment number P25-00974. And we will have a staff presentation on this one, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Philip Segrist, Planning and Development Department. The proposed text amendment was initiated by the Planning and Development Department Director to provide some flexibility and remove hurdles for existing drive-through businesses that would be affected by a project of public work, and that would be required to relocate due to that project. Under the current development code, a new drive-through business is not permitted within 100 feet of a planned or existing BRT station or a stop, and not within 400 feet of another business with a drive-through establishment. And so this text amendment would allow an existing drive-through business that is required to relocate due to a project of public works to locate to a new spot and reestablish a drive-through business. If it is within, it can allow a new business, sorry, let me back up. It can allow an existing drive-through establishment to relocate to a new site that's within 400 feet of another drive-through establishment and within 100 feet of a BRT stop. The text amendment was considered by the Council District Project Review Committees as well as the Planning Commission. Staff does have one recommended change to the proposed text amendment, where instead of the text reading that it applies to properties involving a taking by eminent domain, staff recommends the text be modified to where it applies to properties that are being acquired as a result of a public work project. And staff recommends the council adopt the environmental determination and approve the text amendment with staff's recommendation. And staff does have a little bit larger presentation if the council wishes to hear that as well.
I'll leave it to the council. Any council members wish to have the longer presentation?
I do.
Okay.
A little bit. Medium.
Got it.
Okay. So we'll skip this. Again, the text amendment application, it's number P2500974 and the related environmental determination. It was initiated by the Planning and Development Department Director to provide flexibility for an existing drive-through business that's required to relocate due to a project, due to a property being acquired as a result of a public work project. Specifically, it proposes to amend Table 151102 of the Development Code. That table outlines which uses are permitted in the mixed-use districts or permitted with a conditional use permit or outright prohibited. Currently, drive-through businesses are permitted in all of the mixed-use zone districts with the conditional use permit, but they're also subject to additional regulations under Section 152728 of the Development Code, as well as specific limitations which would prohibit a new drive-through establishment from being located within 100 feet of a planned or existing BRT stop, and it doesn't allow for drive-through related facilities such as the drive aisle or drive-through window from being located between the back of the sidewalk and the actual building. And going into Section 152728, these are development standards that are specific to drive-through establishments. These are in addition to normal development standards such as setback and height requirements. And here it does have separation requirements for drive-throughs. And a new drive-through facility is not permitted within 400 feet of another structure containing an existing drive-through facility. And so this is what the current development code prescribes. And so what this proposed text amendment would do would provide some flexibility to those restrictions that are currently applied to new establishments. The flexibility would apply only to projects that are impacted by a project of public work. And so here the proposed text amendment would amend that specific limitation number 15 that's included in Table 15-1102 of the code to where drive-through facility, it would read drive-through establishment would not be permitted within 100 feet of a planned or existing BRT station, except for projects involving an existing drive-through that's required to relocate as a result of a taking by eminent domain, and where the new location is within 1 mile of the original location, and where the new establishment complies with and without deviation from all applicable development standards, setback, height, et cetera. It also proposes to amend Section 15-2728. That section provides those additional regulations specific to drive-throughs to where the 400-foot separation requirement, it would not apply to projects that are affected by a project of public work and required to relocate. And again, this is just providing some flexibility for impacted businesses to where they can relocate to certain sites that would, under the current code, they might not be allowed to be located due to location restrictions. And so, as I mentioned in the introduction, this was reviewed by all the active council district project review committees, and and it was recommended, the Planning Commission recommended approval. As I previously mentioned, staff does have one recommended change to the proposed text amendment that was presented, that instead of it applying to projects as a result of a taking by eminent domain, it would apply to projects that are required to relocate where the property is being acquired as a result of a public work project. And so that's to provide, the text of having it apply to eminent domain is a little limiting to where if a project accepted a city's offer or government agency's offer to relocate, that might not apply under the text amendment as it's currently drafted. So staff does recommend this one modification. And staff recommends the City Council adopt the related environmental determination and approve the proposed text amendment with staff's recommended modifications. And that concludes my presentation. Available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. So before we go to public comment, we do have the opportunity for questions by the council. So I have several punched up. First, Council Member Perea, followed by Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to start by thanking staff for working on this item. I know we had met about it a number of months ago to initiate this process. And just want to be clear that this would not be applicable to the Tower District area. Is that right? Because I do believe there's a requirement in the specific plan that does not allow for drive-throughs. So I just want to be sure this doesn't give the ability to add drive-throughs as a permitted use within the Tower District proper.
Not new drive-throughs. This is existing drive-throughs that would be located primarily along a BRT corridor, such as Blackstone, Cesar Chavez, Kings Canyon, as well as future Shaw Avenue, and the properties are mixed use. So again, if there are some businesses that are potentially on the very edge of the Tower District, but again, this is just to accommodate any impacted businesses that are required to relocate. So no new drive-through could establish under this.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. No, this is good policy. This is very business friendly, especially for those businesses that have been impacted by eminent domain proceedings. And so I don't think I can make a motion at this time, Council President. I want to hear from the public first, but just want to thank staff for your time spent on this. This is great policy for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perea. Next, we have Council Vice President, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. Again, I want to thank staff for initiating this process. It's been an ongoing conversation for some of us for a bit. I did take the opportunity to try and understand the intent. So I have a couple of questions. When was the current code updated that banned, that installed this limitation?
About 2006. 2016.
2016. Okay. And so my research shows that the city's conversion to clean burning buses began in 2001. So in 2001, we started to transition to all CNG buses across FACT system, which by theory improves the air quality of these bus stations and BRT corridors. And then this code came in and put a bunch of additional limitations been noted. Secondly, I took it upon myself to go look at different drive-throughs across the city to see where, if we were to lift this restriction, what would it look like? Because I presume that since it was a municipal code, it applied citywide, and that there were none of these drive-throughs that existed within 100 feet or 400 feet of each other or 100 feet of a bus stop. And what I noted is that there are several examples where they do exist, both within 400 feet of each other, numerous drive-throughs within each other, in Northeast and Northwest Fresno, and where BRT stations were located by the city of Fresno, right in front of a drive-through that existed. Cesar Chavez Boulevard, an example of one. So we as a city have intentionally located BRT stations in front of drive-throughs. In my 7+ years, I've never seen a claim come through the system to our level where there's been incidents or accidents of liability because of the co-existence of these two uses next to each other. So we also dealt with this, if the council recalls, when we signed off on the Starbucks in West Fresno, this idea that the Starbucks could, at that time, would have a right to have two drive-throughs right next to each other. And it was going to be, right next to the City College campus where there's a couple of bus stops. And what staff ended up recommending, which was ultimately approved, was physical and landscape barriers. I think one of them was a 3-foot fence that separated the drive-through from the sidewalk, where folks would be walking through, and eventually a bus stop would be located in that frontage. So based on all that, I'm not convinced that we need to have these restrictions as currently proposed. I do agree that we should remove the condition of eminent domain. I think that's a good suggestion by staff. But I also think we should remove the condition of public works acquisition. We have plenty of empty lots across these corridors that Public Works has no intention of acquiring. They're sitting there, they're becoming encampments that require significant public dollars to clean up and maintain. And so I'd rather have those parcels developed than continue to sit vacant. So what I like to do when we get to the motions, Council President, is to make a motion that essentially, one, removes the condition that these parcels need to be associated to eminent domain or public works acquisition, and two, that they would be allowed within 400 feet of each other, as they have been in numerous instances across the city, and that they also be allowed within 100 feet of a bus rapid transit station on the condition that they're required to install a physical or landscape barrier between the drive-through and the BRT station and a bus stop. I do want to require that barrier that staff has recommended in the past for these kind of uses to occur. So those are the two changes I'm proposing in terms of amendments to the item, Council President, and we'll continue with the conversation when you guys are ready.
Can I ask a question of the council member? Council member, unless these guys are understanding it differently, or the attorney's office is, I think what you're proposing is a different amendment to the development code. What I hear you saying is that you want to amend the development code to remove the 400-foot and the 100-foot restriction, which, somebody else help me out here. Do you understand it that way, or do you understand it just a because you implied that this is additional restriction. This is not additional restriction. This is giving more.
So let me say it differently.
Relief. Okay.
On page 6 of 9, you guys list the specific limitations, 1 through 18, right? On section 12 of that, you say, shall now be allowed within 500 feet of an existing BRT stop. On 15, you say, not allowed within 100 feet of an existing BRT. Say
Jennifer,
that again.
can you please step up?
Yes.
Councilmember, sorry, Jennifer Clark, Planning Director. Those rules already exist today.
Correct.
It's not new rules that are being placed.
Correct. And I want to remove those rules.
Okay.
And
Since
so
we're amending the text now, I want to allow for additional flexibility.
Okay.
Now,
So
what-
after public comment, during public comment and after we get done with questions during public comment, I'm going to confer with the city attorney. But based on this change, I don't think it's something that we could evaluate today at all. And the intent was just not to remove. Well, it was our understanding. And I apologize if I did not understand correctly, but it was our understanding that the goal was for us to be able to give flexibility to businesses that are impacted by city action. And so this was our proposal. So essentially, those that are impacted by city action would not have the same limitation of separation from the BRT stop or from another entity, but all other rules would apply. So that was all. We opened the door very narrowly, which allows us to do a finding of essentially that there is no known impact at this time, right? And that the conditional use permit for the new business would have to comply with CEQA at that time. But we'll answer other questions.
We're going to keep going. Thank you, correct, Director. As a matter of process, if a council member says, for example, they want to make it more business friendly in this case, we can do that as a council. It changes the process, but we have that right.
And
yes.
I want to just validate your description of what got us here is absolutely right. We're looking at just how do we help people who we have essentially dislocated, right, to relocate without the historical limitations. But as we opened that door, I did my review and I noticed that we have authorize these uses across the city, mostly in the northern part of the city, and there hasn't been a negative impact in terms of safety and liability. And so I'm proposing that we do less limitations than what currently exists in the code, which I know that there's a risk that this might have to go back to a planning commission or to staff for evaluation. That's fair. But that's where what I've assessed, and that's where the direction I would like to go, given that, we have these vacant parcels that have been vacant for a long time. And I don't see the rationale for continuing to have these historic limitations if they're not based on some facts of liability, risk, danger. I mean, we are approving drive-throughs with landscape barriers and physical barriers that separate pedestrians from the drive-through vehicles, and it's worked. So those are my thoughts, and I'm happy to hear the discussion.
Council President, you are absolutely right. It is within the council's purview. It just, we just need to make sure that the proper environmental review, if this is in fact that the path that the council members today decide to go down. I think my only point is, I don't think you would be able to vote on it today. We would likely have to go back. We're going to have to do more environmental work because what we environmentally assessed was just moving from one place to another. So no increased environmental impact. If you want to reduce restrictions on where drive-throughs can go, totally within your purview, but we have to environmentally assess it that way, and it will have more of an environmental impact, and we just need to make sure we have the proper environmental documentation for you guys to be able to accomplish that.
Fair enough. Just as a matter of process, I wanted to make sure this is a land use decision which is under the purview of the council. So appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I do have some comments, but I'm going to hold off because we do have people punched up. So we have Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Also had a question, okay, and I believe the gentleman who spoke about air quality is gone. So if I understand this correctly, we're trading essentially, we have rules on where these types of businesses can be located. We want to apply an exception to them. And if I understand correctly, what's proposed is we should just apply that exception to everybody to make it more business friendly and pop it up. I know that a couple places in District 6, we have some businesses like the Chick-fil-A and the In-N-Out that are very close to each other right there on Friant and Knees, but those do fall under the 1,000-foot barrier from the freeway exit, so those are exempted anyway. In fact, it looks like there are a lot of places in the city that are probably exempted because these businesses are gonna get most of their throughput of customers if they're located by high transit corridors, namely a freeway, right? If I understand that correctly. That said, as long as, I would be in line with that as well, looking at the applicability of applying these exceptions to everybody in the city. I understand that one of the biggest kind of surprises you can get is, hey, eminent domain, your business you've run for a long time is being shut down. I would even be interested in having a conversation about removing the 1 mile barrier, or applying all these exceptions to all the businesses in the city. I understand some more work goes into that. This 400-foot and 100-foot number came from somewhere specific. I don't know. We don't have that in front of us right now. But Council Vice President, I'd be interested in having that conversation as well if we wanted to pull this for a later date.
Thank you, Council Member. We have Council Member Esparza, followed by Council Member Vang.
Yeah, good morning. Can you repeat for me the recommendation that you were, the amendment, just that you kind of announced earlier?
Yes, so currently currently the proposal would apply to projects that are required to relocate as a result of a taking by eminent domain, and we're recommending to change it to where it would apply to properties or projects that are required to relocate as a result of a project of public work.
And that's making it, I think, broader than it was before.
Correct.
The initial proposed language, okay. What was the original purpose of prohibiting these drive-through facilities from being located within 100 feet of BRT or 400 feet of another drive-through? What was the original intent of that?
So the BRT corridors, the predominant zoning along those corridors is mixed use, and the mixed use districts are intended to promote pedestrian-oriented development, where it's really trying to encourage buildings to be built right up against the back of the sidewalk, to promote activity along the street frontage. And it primarily, while auto-oriented uses are permitted in the mixed-use districts, That standard is to discourage it from being located in such close proximity to a BRT stop. So the intent was citizens or residents would use the BRT system, get off the stop, and be able to enter an establishment that's right there near the stop instead of, oh, there's a drive-through facility there. And so drive-through facilities are currently permitted in the mixed-use district, but it's just kind of when it's really close to a BRT stop, that's where that limitation comes in. And there are a number of drive-through facilities that have been approved along the mixed-use corridors since 2006. And they do comply with the development standards where the building is located to the back of the sidewalk. However, the drive-through lane located at the rear, not between the building. But those instances, they are further than 100 feet from a BRT stop.
Sure. So this text amendment would waive these prohibitions for, again, the business relocating within a mile. How did staff determine that 1 mile buffer in this proposal?
So we figured, all right, if it's an impacted business, it would likely want to relocate to a site near where its current market, where they're currently serving, rather than going across town where there likely already is an establishment there. And so we were kind of looking at what's a logical line, and so we determined that it would, all right, 1 mile. However, if the council chooses, that can be modified.
Sure. For drive-through facilities that are currently located within 100 feet of a BRT station, have there been, from a planning perspective, planner's perspective, has there been any instances of transit congestions or delays or accidents that we can attribute to drive-through? Any kind of data like that, or even anecdotally?
I don't have any data or any actual knowledge of traffic congestion or anything related to an existing drive-through facility that was located near a BRT stop.
Okay. In your opinion, does this text amendment align with the goals and the values of the Southern Blackstone Smart Mobility Strategy?
I would say yes.
You would say yes, but you're not sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know that you did a side-by-side comparison to the smart mobility study, but I think you know enough about the principles of it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just the goal for the BRT lines on Blackstone is to relocate their stops onto, permanent passenger area, next to the outermost lane of traffic. And so, I guess I was wondering if the text amendment would make it more difficult to construct these passenger areas in that mobility area.
Can you?
Yeah, just would this text amendment make it more difficult to construct these passenger areas within the purview of the Blackstone Mobility Strategy?
I don't foresee that. No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what other projects are going on, but and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this text amendment is in response to a pending application in my district with respect to the taking or relocation of a property as a result of the grade separation at Blackstone and McKinley.
That's an example of a project, city project, the grade separation project. There are three drive-through establishments at that location, a Carl's Jr., Taco Bell, and the Dutch Bros that are going to be impacted by that project. And those businesses will likely want to reestablish, relocate, likely in the vicinity.
Are there other public works projects occurring now in the pipeline where there are drive-throughs that would, if this were passed, also be able to take advantage of this text amendment?
Not aware of any public work projects right now in the pipeline. However, can't really foresee in the future if there would be any others coming down the pipe.
Sure. Yeah. No one can read minds. But what is clear is that if we were to pass a text amendment, this text amendment or a version of it, the most immediate impact obviously would probably be within my district and or District 1 because of the great separation occurring at Blackstone and McKinley. We split that area between D1 and D7. thinking about the current, where things stand today. You have Blackstone and McKinley, a very heavy traffic urban area right next to City College. Is that intersection located within this existing distance of BRT station, within 100 feet?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, is Blackstone McKinley located within 100 feet of a BRT station currently?
There are no BRT stations right at the Blackstone and McKinley intersection.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, given that this policy stands to impact my district the most and Blackstone the most, at least for right now, right, as these projects happen, my primary concern is whether we'll create any issues, create any problems, create any congestion, interfere with the Blackstone mobility strategy. And you're telling me from the planning department's official position is that this will not interfere or create those types of issues?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So going back to a proposal by my colleague to sort of open this all the way up into, as I understand the purpose here was to provide a window for, an opportunity for these businesses as a result of our work here at the city to relocate and continue to thrive and function. The proposal we heard a little earlier was with respect to just sort of removing the barriers altogether. Off the top of your head, I mean, I know the director said that there wasn't enough time to really obviously get into the numbers and this, but off the top of your head, as planning professionals and experts, what kind of impacts do you foresee in removing that kind of red tape?
So under the environmental determination that staff had prepared, it's what we call the common sense exemption. It's really just a change, modification to the text, and really it's the impact would be an existing business going from one site to another, very limited. By opening it up, it would now allow new establishments to be located all along the Blackstone corridors on multiple sites, and so we would need to really kind of get in, do an environmental determination. What are those impacts, traffic, air quality, et cetera? And so beyond a common sense exemption, at minimum, an initial study, and we don't know how much further beyond that. So
what kind of timeline would that?
Approximately guesstimating a year.
A year or so, okay. How long did this process take here?
About 3 months.
Oh, very quick. It's light years in government terms. Okay. Well, if you folks are comfortable with this, and it's your professional opinion that this, provides a window of opportunity for, at least in the short term, these businesses on Blackstone being impacted by the great separation to relocate, I would be in support of the existing language today. Sounds like broadening it would take a while, and it would obviously, sort of be more like the Wild West. If we were to pass a broader version of it, I do like I am in agreement with the broader exception that you folks mentioned.
The recommended change to the language?
The change that, where it's as a result of a public works project, as opposed to the more narrow definition of eminent domain. Since not everybody does eminent domain, obviously there's different ways, and that's really our last resort, obviously, is eminent domain. We always want to have sort of amicable acquiring of the property if possible. But yeah, this looks good, and my concerns are, consider them alleviated. I just wanted to hear from you folks and put it on the record, to avoid issues in my district and or District 1.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Vang, followed by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi, and good morning, Mr. Segrist. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a few comments and then an inquiry at the very end of my time here. You mentioned that Council District Project Reviews have opportunities to review this project already, and District 1 Project Review Committee is for this project. District 3 Project Review Committee has no decision on that. And District 6 Project Review Committee wants to listen more to what the public has to say. And then with regards to the final council district project, which is District 4 Project Review Committee, did not have an opportunity to discuss this because there was no quorum. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I am in agreement with staff's recommendation, including the changes to the language. This is, as my colleague stated earlier, good public policy. This is business friendly. We can always improve it to make good be better. And I wanted to take your attention to the notice of public hearing letter, which including here is Exhibit B. In particular, down at the bottom, the very bottom of the notice of public hearing, entitled Environmental Determination and Text Amendment Application Number P2500974. At the very bottom of this notice of public hearing, and this is a standardized, I believe, notice of public hearing that the city uses to inform the public of city business. And the last paragraph of there says, for additional information regarding this text amendment, contact Eric Young, Supervising Planner, Planning and Development Department, address, et cetera, et cetera. Then it goes on to state that in Spanish, si necesita información en español, comuníquese con Valeria, again, contact information. And I don't know who to address this question to, but in my area, which is District 5 along the Kings Canyon / Cesar Chavez corridor, I believe a huge chunk of that, if not all of it, is a zone mixed use. And so this text amendment directly impacts that zone. And it's very diverse in terms of our small business owners or potential business owner who wants to do business not only in the city of Fresno, but along the Kings Canyon / Cesar Chavez corridor. And so I would suggest to the department or who is the appropriate person to the possibility of including, in addition to Spanish down at the bottom, Punjabi language and the Hmong language to this notice of public hearing, to let the public know that we are being inclusive, we are being inviting to have people of diverse backgrounds and languages to come into our city and do business. Now that if this text amendment is passed, it's more welcoming to the city of Fresno. And with that, Council President concludes my comment.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Council Member Maxwell, and then it looks like we have a second round. If the council would permit, I'd like to make some comments on this before I call on council members a second time. Are you guys okay with that? Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning, Phil.
Good morning.
Hey. Given the limited scope of the text amendment proposed, I can get behind the motion made by Councilmember Perea today. I think what she said was accurate. I think it's something that is needed as we are moving forward with this grade separation and the eminent domain involved. However, as somebody that represents a large portion of the BRT corridor, Blackstone Avenue between Bullard and Dakota, I feel like we've made significant strides, at least the last 4.5 years I've been in office, to make it more pedestrian friendly. We've brought numerous housing projects online, 2 lingo projects, an upcoming senior activity center, Clarion Point, Crossroads, and just additional improvements into the way that we operate our rapid transit. I think we've made significant strides. And so I know you as a professional in your department have to do a study for a whole year to tell you whether what my colleague is suggesting would be a good thing or a bad thing, but I could tell you as a non-professional that have significant detriments to the Blackstone corridor, and it was not something that I would ever be in support of. I think the regulations that we have in place are there for a reason, and I think in just the last 4 years, we've already seen a significant outcome because of those policies that have been in place. And I understand that from time to time, we have to make common sense exceptions like the one that we're considering here today, but to open Pandora's box, I think would be extremely misguided policy. And so not something I would be in support of today, or if you were to spend a year and hundreds of thousands of dollars looking into it, I don't think that would be a good thing, but I can get behind the text amendment being proposed today. And I just wanted to put my thoughts on the record. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who knew this item would be the hottest item of the day? You never know. I did. Okay. I want to start by going back to the basics a little bit, talking about where we are right now without what's being proposed. So we do have, of course, requirements in this city about drive-throughs. It looks here, if you're looking at page 6 of 9 of the attachment, this is Exhibit A, I believe, Exhibit A. So these are the current rules, except for what's being underlined is being a proposed addition. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So currently, we're not allowed to, within 100 feet of a BRT station, to have a drive-through.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay. Why exactly was that the standard that was set?
As I was mentioning earlier, the BRT corridors, those are along mixed-use corridors. The mixed-use development standards really encourages frontage coverage, setback of 0 to 10 feet, so that way you have that activity right along the frontage, that pedestrian-oriented development. People can utilize public transit or come right off the sidewalk into a retail establishment. And so an auto-oriented use, such as a drive-through facility, is not the most appropriate type of use that's right next to a BRT stop.
I understand that's an opinion that was had before. My concern is we're talking about, and my district includes part of Blackstone. This is a major transportation corridor. We have multimodal transportation. I get what you're saying, but if it isn't a safety issue, we have very wide sidewalks. Why couldn't someone get off of a bus, be far enough from a car, and be able to go about their day, or if they want to walk and go to the business and have a hamburger or a taco or whatever they have, do that as well. I don't understand why we have to be so limiting there. If our interest is being business-friendly, creating jobs and opportunity, I think it seems, I want to find the logic in why that's restrictive.
Well, I can present an example where we have allowed a drive-through facility that is in relatively close proximity. It was beyond 100 feet, though. It was a Starbucks that's located on Blackstone and Clinton. It was a mixed-use corridor. However, that drive-through establishment was just beyond the 100 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, the development code, the way it's currently written, is really to encourage like another potential use, commercial use, potentially residential on top, but right immediately adjacent to that. And again, these restrictions don't apply to other zone districts throughout the city of Fresno, that it's only the mixed-use districts and specifically to BRT stops. If you go to other commercial zone districts, this limitation doesn't apply.
Councilman, I think, can I add some information to answer your question more directly?
Okay.
And I don't know if the attorneys or Jennifer, I thought at the thinking at the time also, I think the BRT corridors were a big component of the general plan and the GHG reductions. Somebody can correct me if I'm mistaken or agree with me. You will recall, no, you weren't here, so you may not recall, but at that time, we had to comply with SB 375, AB 119, I think, where you had to have a sustainable community strategy. And the region, not just the city of Fresno, the region had GHG goals. And the BRT corridors, through the environmental analysis, were able to achieve a X amount of GHG reduction. So that, just the thought process, it wasn't just about safety, pedestrian safety, it was also about the GHG reductions.
Right, fair enough. I would think so if it's about safety, there's no reason why you can't put a barrier, require the businesses to put a barrier. I would prefer vegetation because it's greener, but if not, a certain type of wall that the developers have to pay for. I'm sure they would do it. If it means the business, that vacant land gets built, that would solve the safety problem. But when it comes to GHGs, what has changed since then, though, is 1 in 4 cars in California that are sold are electric. You have the strictest fossil fuel standards in this state than anywhere else in the country. We do have buses that are more efficient now than they were before. So hopefully those standards have changed, and I get that was a priority back then, but I'm still not finding the logical reason why we're so limiting, why you can't have a drive-through near a BRT corridor. Then maybe the BRT shouldn't have been located on a major thoroughfare like Blackstone. I get why we had to do that, but a lot of people use it for commerce and driving. That's just where I'm saying we've got to have a way we can coexist. So I still personally don't quite see in today's terms the logic of having such a restrictive provision. That's just my opinion, though. I'm not a planner. I'm just trying to do what the council does and have that oversight and look at it from the perspective of a consumer or someone who's in business as well. I'm looking forward to more comments from my colleagues on that front. Okay, the other question is on Exhibit A. When we're talking about businesses so close to a BRT corridor, there in my district on Blackstone, what is that street, El Paso, there's a Raising Cane's out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a very old business. Why were they permitted? Are they just over 100 feet?
No, that was a regional commercial zone district. It's not mixed use, and so the separation requirement doesn't apply to that specific zone district. And there, larger commercial uses are more appropriate, and those development standards for those mixed-use development standards don't apply there.
So just to be clear, when I'm looking at this document in Exhibit A, page 6 of 9, then what does this apply to? Because you're saying there are certain, I appreciate that, there are certain zone districts where these restrictions don't apply?
Neighborhood mixed use, commercial mixed use, and the regional mixed use zone districts.
Okay.
Only the mixed use districts.
So only in the mixed use districts are they more restrictive?
Correct.
Okay. So on page 7, under section 15, it says space between drive-throughs. Is that also only restrictive on certain areas, certain zoning types, or is that across the board citywide?
Are you looking at the specific limitation 15 or under 15, 27, 28?
15B2. So this is page 7.
Okay, 15, 27, 28, part 2. That would apply to all zone districts throughout that separation requirement. However, because this is a development standard, that limitation can be modified with, let's say, a planned development permit or a variance. Whereas in the table, those are use limitations. Those cannot be modified with a variance or a planned development permit. So the only way to accommodate a use that would be outright prohibited is either a rezone, changing the property, the planned land use and zone district, or a text amendment.
Okay. That helps. So before we move on from the Raising Cane's, so the Raising Cane's in my district, it's within 100 feet of the BRT station. And that was permitted because the land use for the area permits that.
Correct.
It's not one of the, can you name the ones that are restrictive? You said mixed use?
Yeah, it wasn't a mixed-use zone district.
Wasn't mixed, okay, gotcha.
I believe it's regional commercial.
Okay. Bernard, would you mind pulling up the map? So we're going to look at my district. This is regarding the 400-foot rule. And you explained how that's possible. This is at Herndon and Brawley. So if you go a little bit towards that area, right? So go a little bit lower in the map. Actually, can you zoom in where it says Tractor Supply? Okay. So you have a Dutch Brothers, a Habit Burger, and a Chipotle. Now those came into existence after I came into office. So it was after 2017. Those are within fairly close distance to one another. You're saying that's possible because they got a variance, or what did they do?
First, I believe it's general commercial zone district. It's not mixed use, so it doesn't have the 100-foot separation from a BRT requirement.
Now, I get that. I'm talking about the space between drive-throughs of 400 feet.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I believe it could have been the Chipotle that had come in, but based on my knowledge, there was a planned development permit that modified that 400-foot development standard and allowed that establishment to be located there within 400 feet.
Let's say I have one not maybe as big of a shopping center. Let's say I have a piece of land and I want to put a drive-through in there, and it's close to an existing drive-through. I have a pad that's available. So what is the process then now if I'm interested in building something? How much is roughly the expense? So you're saying it is possible to go beyond what is here, to be within 400 feet of another drive-through in the city of Fresno?
Correct. That would be a conditional use permit with a planned development permit. The planned development permit component would modify any of those development standards, the 400-foot separation requirement, possibly allowing other modifications to section 152728. And there's required findings, but typically an applicant would maybe have enhanced screening, more landscaping along the drive aisles, but yes, they can do that with the planned development permit.
Well, how much extra time would that add? This is an estimate. Give me a conservative number. Like the worst case scenario, it could be an extra year, or it's concurrent, so it can add some more time. You know.
The planned development permit wouldn't really add too much additional time because they're already going through the conditional use permit process.
Right.
It's 2 applications.
It's just concurrent.
Yes.
Okay. What about cost-wise? I know it depends. I mean, we do have, but I mean, is it a considerable cost to get a variance in a case like this? Sorry, it wouldn't be a variance. You said it was a planned development permit?
Similar, but different. Okay. Additional costs wouldn't be too significant. We wouldn't invoice or charge a totally double a new application. There's a reduced fee for when you combine a planned development permit or a variance with a development permit or a conditional use permit.
Okay. There is a cost, but you're saying it's not.
It's not 13,000. Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably four,
okay.
I think it's probably about $4,000 to $5,000.
Okay, got it. So, when I asked about current rules, got that. Okay. Now, regarding this particular, the particular language in here, it seems to be very, very specific. Can you just walk me through briefly what this means? So we have our current rules, and this is going to allow. Currently, it's not allowed to have within 100 feet of an existing BRT station except, and what is the exception we're adding today on the current language being proposed?
Sorry. Was that staff's recommendation?
Yeah, well, okay. What's on page 6, unless that differs from staff's recommendation?
So we would not allow within 100 feet of a planned or existing bus rapid transit station.
That's current?
Yes, that's current.
Okay.
Except for projects involving an existing drive-through that's required to relocate as a result of a taking by eminent domain.
But staff's not recommending that. You're recommending a change to that, correct?
Yes.
Got it? Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And where the new location is within 1 mile of the original location, and where the new establishment complies with and without deviation from all applicable property development standards.
Well, the last part makes sense. I mean, obviously you want to comply. But this is so darn restrictive. I feel uncomfortable calling this business-friendly when I don't see this creating a bunch of jobs or getting vacant land and encouraging more development when there's already restrictions on drive-thrus. So that's just my thought on this. Are there specific sites we're considering? Is anything currently in consideration? Is it written for one specific thing, or did we find this is a way to really encourage development citywide?
No, this wasn't to encourage development citywide.
This was to fix a problem.
Okay.
Okay, we were confronted with a business that was needing to relocate because of a public work of improvement, not by any fault of its own.
Okay.
Where they wanted to be within the same trade area, they found a location. Our code would not allow them to locate there. The answer was no, but we recognize and are sympathetic that it was our project that was bumping them out of their current location. Is there a way that we can quickly find a process and a path forward for them to be able to move to their desired location? And quickly means in a way that would have limited environmental impact, i.e. a common sense exemption to CEQA. 3 months, right? When do we ever do anything in 3 months in this city? And be able to get them to relocate to a location. Now, we also acknowledge the fact we have to not have our head in the sand and say there could be another situation within that corridor where this happens again. We don't know of any right now, but it could be. So that's why we were trying to open the window to have this be able to happen within a quick timeline. and not go through the process of just, catering to just one thing, but have the ability to have other people use it within reason with very minimal environmental impact.
So I appreciate the proactiveness. We're trying to address an issue, and it'll help us in the future. But in reality, we're talking about one business right now, potentially.
Correct.
Okay, just for scope. I'm glad this came up because I think you've done great work. I think it opens up a general discussion, but I think that we can go further. I'm interested in what the council vice president said. I think if the council can talk and find a happy medium, because I want to respect, of course, transportation corridors, but things have changed. I mean, we talked about the GHG standards, and well, things are different in California than they used to be back when this was developed, and they're getting better, thankfully. So I know this may, if we make changes, it may entail a longer process, but I think after public comment, when it comes back and we look at motions, I'd be very interested in seeing more than what's being proposed here, because I'm very uncomfortable saying it's business friendly. It is, but the scope is very limited. We're talking about one business, and we want to make it right for them, but I think we can make this very business friendly, and we've shown in the past where we have a process where you can have drive-throughs within 400 feet, but the onus is on the investor, developer to pay more and have more process. So if we can eliminate that process, I don't see why we shouldn't look at doing that. That can save them. I don't know what number you gave me.
It's about
roughly
$4,000 to $5,000 in addition to their normal
if you can send me data on that, because we had a meeting recently about someone trying to put a fence in my district, and that was a little bit more than that. But you did find savings on that, by the way. I appreciate that. So it could be more, but okay. I want to hear what my colleagues say on the remainder. Let me just triple check my notes. Okay, BRT, we talked about that. Yeah, so looking forward to the continued discussion. I have other council members punched up, and then again, after we talk, we ask questions, we're going to go to public comment, and then bring it back to the council for more discussion and action. Council Vice President's punched up. After that, Councilman Richardson.
Council President. So I want to point out a couple of things. The staff is absolutely right that there's drive-throughs right next to BRT stations within 100 feet. And the distinction might be regional zoning versus mixed-use zoning, right? Okay, but for the general public, it's a bus stop in front of a drive-through. There is no distinction. So what I'm wrestling with is, I'm not trying to change a code citywide for all zoning. I'm just trying to bring uniformity to what would operate near a BRT station. We have X amount of BRT stations already installed. In the case that, the way the city manager described it, in the past, as staff has confirmed, any project has a right to ask for a development permit. And some of them have been successful in having these conditions waived, with the drive-through opening within 100 feet of a BRT station, right? If you look at the Krispy Kremes on Blackstone, that was built in 2016. It's within 24 feet of the BRT station. If you look at the Burger King on Chavez Boulevard, it's within 10 feet of the BRT station, and that station we built there after Burger King was already operating there. You go down the path across the city, the Cane's Chicken opened in 2022. Again, it's within several feet of the BRT station. I think 44 feet within the BRT station. So we have a system in place and a process in place where those that take the time to ask for waiver of conditions have been granted those waivers. We have had the city intentionally install stations within the 100 feet radius of an existing drive-through without landscape barriers or physical barriers being installed. Even though on Chavez Boulevard there was a vacant lot, still vacant, right next door that we can install the station at easily, but we chose not to. So what I'm wrestling with is, if we're just looking at BRT stations in these major corridors, why don't we have consistency? I know the answer is there's different zoning in different areas of town. Regional, mixed use, whatever. But practically speaking, the end result has been a lot of vacant lots in the southern part of the city that are just sitting there as encampments because somebody hasn't gone through the process that is probably longer and more expensive to get an exemption and a waiver of conditions. So I get that we're trying to bring some, adjustments. I'm less interested in being business friendly as I am in creating a fair process that's uniform across the city as it relates to BRT stations. I don't want to go into the path of, overriding specific plans. As Member Perea indicated, Tower specific plan doesn't allow for drive-throughs. But Tower technically has a Blackstone corridor and BRT stations on Blackstone corridor. I don't think people are going to argue against a drive-through on the BRT vicinity on Blackstone. They just don't want it on the residential corridor of Olive or the restaurant corridor. So that's kind of what I'm wrestling with. I don't want to be doing one-offs as we have been, where we grant these one-off exemptions and variants. I would rather have a consistent policy across all BRT stations so that we know as a city what to expect, and there's some basic expectation of improvements in that corridor. So I'm willing to refer this back to staff to wrestle with the implications of looking at the whole BRT corridor as an area. I don't, again, want to go into, Cedar Avenue if it's not a BRT corridor, or First Street if it's not a BRT corridor. My interest is not expanding drive-throughs in the city. My interest is bringing consistency to what opens and operates next to a BRT station in the major thoroughfares of the city. So if we need more time, I'm willing to have staff take it back and give us some options, if that's helpful. I don't want to rush through CEQA, but I also want to bring a uniform, consistent expectation on the BRT corridors in the city. And I don't want to have to explain to residents, while they can do it up there because they're technically adjacent to a regional mall zoning, and you're not.
Councilmember Arias, if I could.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you agree, though, that it is consistent throughout similar zoning? I feel like the BRT is incidental, right? It goes through mixed use and it goes through more business-friendly parts of Blackstone. But the instances that you pointed out, Krispy Kreme, Chick-fil-A, or whatever they have up there.
Raising Cane's.
Raising Cane's, those are not mixed use. Why would we want that type of situation in a place where we're trying to promote more pedestrian-friendly environment, more housing, more families feeling comfortable walking up and down the sidewalk? I would argue that it is consistent, what we have now, consistent amongst the zoning that is similar. And the BRT is just incidental.
And my right response to you is, under the general plan and under zoning and all the state rules, we're supposed to be encouraging more residential development in regional shopping centers. We're supposed to be attracting more pedestrian uses into regional shopping centers.
Inside, correct.
Right. So,
but not on the sidewalk necessarily.
Can I add a
Adjacent
thought?
to the sidewalk.
A thought.
Yes.
Why can't we have both? I mean, why can't we have wide sidewalks like we have, and then have a buffer, whether it's landscaping or a wall, and then have a drive-through and have more shopping options for people? I mean, why is it either or? I get the issue that we wanted things to work out a certain way in certain types of development, but the
I would
market
say,
doesn't
Council
always do
President,
that. People
the
need
widest
jobs.
sidewalk that exists in the city is in the BRT corridors. They literally have the widest sidewalks in the whole city, intentionally. The BRT corridors.
Aren't Fulton?
Yeah, Fulton too.
Okay, Fulton and BRT.
Same size-ish. So, and I get we're trying to, I've approved every residential development on the Blackstone corridor, but the Blackstone corridor is not flipping to mixed use overnight. And the question is, how do we have uses now in these vacant parcels that have been vacant for decades? A drive-through may not be the ideal permanent use, but it could provide a temporary use until development, is ready to go up. So I'm open to conversation. I know this started off as a very, unique action for one applicant, but I think we have an obligation to provide uniformity across the city, at least when it comes to BRT stations.
So next we have, thank you, Councilmember Vice President. We have Councilmember Richardson punched up, but on this little aside we're having, I think my concern is, I get the idea of what we wanted this quarter to look like, but if you're gonna get a business, like someone gets off the bus, they wanna go eat something. That business needs a drive-through to be able to build there. Typically a Starbucks wants a drive-through, or Dutch Brothers, whatever you want. It's part of their model, and it makes it difficult for them to be able to invest and build up on those properties. So next we have Councilman Richardson.
So as I understand, this is not alleviating or absolving any of the responsibility for any of these individual projects going in and doing their traffic study, doing their environmental review and all that. That still applies. We're not absolving them of their responsibility.
Correct.
Okay. Along the same vein as my colleague to my right was saying, I think that with the time and effort that was put into this, this is a step in the right direction. It sounds like some of my colleagues would like to see this go further, but I would be interested in moving to approve this as it is, with the understanding that this conversation will likely continue to include more alleviating of restrictions or potentially some other restrictions put in place, like the council president mentioned. So I would be interested in making a motion to approve this in its current text.
Did you say you want to make a motion? It's inappropriate. We have to go to public comment first. I'll come back to you. Okay, I'll come. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Next, we have Councilmember. I'm sorry, are your comments concluded? Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Esparza is next.
Yeah, so just listening to the conversation, I mean, very generally, it's no secret, my intention, throughout my entire tenure has been to, preserve the integrity of our, of the mixed use zones, whether it's CMX, RMX, or NMX, and really to fulfill the vision for the Southern Blackstone mobility strategy that we have. A lot of work went into this long-range planning documents. I know there's always going to be frustration with us, how slowly progress can be, but we are seeing the progress along Blackstone Avenue in particular, and seeing the vision come together, more and more as time goes on. So, even though the vision I have and many of us in the community have for Blackstone is not fully there yet or fulfilled yet, every year we're seeing major steps in the right direction, and altering any of these planning rules or regulations that may interfere with that vision, I'm not going to be in favor of that. I don't think it's prudent to spend a year and several hundred thousand dollars exploring what the impact is going to be of removing these regulations. And I would say that contrary to what we've heard, there's no variance here. There's a hard line rule within the mixed use zones where it's prohibited. We're going to loosen that up today. If I have it my way, we'll loosen it up and provide that sort of narrow ability to be able to support businesses that are relocating because of public works. But to spend our time and to spend our money exploring what it looks like to rip the whole thing off within the mixed use zones. The variance ability is outside of the mixed use zones, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, and so within the mixed use zones, it's a very hard limitation, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, so we're not having, through all the examples we've heard, those would lie outside of really the purview of what we're talking about when we're discussing here. So, I look forward to supporting the item as it is with the recommendation made by planning today. But I would advocate, again, that we spare the planning staff the time and spare ourselves the dollars going down this path to explore really just dismantling this particular regulation and potentially compromising the integrity of our vision for our mixed-use zones.
Are there any other council members punched up at this time? Yes, sir.
Cannot answer it at this moment. If the council was to adopt the ordinance as drafted by staff, but eliminate the condition as it relates to eminent domain or public works project, would that in itself trigger us to do a full CEQA analysis? Or is that within the limited scope that you guys would be comfortable that we could approve that today? Yeah, I'm seeing a yes, we're okay. Jennifer?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
If right now the recommendation by staff is to approve the text as presented, but to include that it would be any project that would be impacted by a public works project, right? My suggestion is we just remove that condition completely. If we were to do that, would that trigger a whole new CEQA analysis?
I'm sorry, did you said remove it completely, not swap the words from eminent domain to?
Correct.
Okay, so yes, that would require full CEQA analysis. So we would not be able to adopt today.
Got it. So your recommendation from eminent to public works would not trigger that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my
Because
question.
we're not adding impacts and we're keeping them in the same area, right? So we're just moving an impact within a set narrow confine. So the impact, the environmental impact is that there's no impact, right? Or no anticipated impact.
The switch from the eminent domain to public work of improvement is only because, for instance, in Blackstone and McKinley, we may not actually have to take it, but we still are having to relocate them. We don't want to have to go through the whole eminent domain process and take it. If they're going to sell it to us, that was why there was the switch to cover our bases there.
And just to confirm, if Taco Bell wanted, or Dutch Brothers wanted to relocate to Chavez Boulevard instead of Blackstone, would this still allow them to do it?
It has to be within 1 mile so that the impact is within the same area.
If you were to expand that radius of 1 mile, would that trigger a whole new CEQA analysis? Like how much buffer do we have?
It could, right? So we're looking at market shed, we're looking at the same traffic patterns, the same environmental impact from being in the same vicinity. If you just say they can move anywhere in the city, then we would have to analyze it. I don't know what we would end up with a document, but it now no longer has a similar impact.
So for reference, how far is McKinley and Blackstone to Manchester Center? Is it within a mile or outside of a mile?
I think it's outside a mile.
So if they wanted to relocate to the regional shopping center, it would be outside of that?
That's a half.
I think
That's a half mile.
I don't know. That's why.
No, or is it?
I haven't ridden my bike in a while, so I don't know.
to Shields is 1 mile. So Manchester's on the other side of Shields, so that would be more than a mile. So it could go up to south of
My
Shields.
recommendation is that we at least expand that to allow for the Manchester Center to be included, because there's plenty of vacant space there, and we do have a bus station there too, so that we give at least some wiggle room for, since we already on record have allowed these operations in regional shopping centers, that is the closest regional shopping center, and folks should be able to move at least to that corridor.
Yeah, so, but Manchester Center, so again, base zoning, so in the future, remind me, bring my map.
No. Color map.
So Manchester Center, I believe, is regional mixed use. I'm looking at people who should know this
So
off
would-
the
it
top of
would
their
be-
head,
yeah.
but
It would
it's
be
not
allowed?
general commercial.
It would be allowed by right then?
No, again, mixed use, it's not permitted in mixed use unless it meets certain standards. Now, that site is enormous, and could a drive-through locate on that site without being directly on the sidewalk? Absolutely, right? But, you know, it's just a matter of where it's on the site.
And I think what I hear the council member asking, though, for the 1 mile, in our opinion, you know, because we utilize the common sense, and this may be more appropriate for the attorney's office, we utilize the common sense exemption, so we limited it to 1 mile, so it was not any greater environmental impact. By going north of Shields, past 1 mile, do we think we could still be within the common sense exemption, or that would require us to do more CEQA evaluation?
Well, regardless of the answer to that question, I represent the new Manchester, and things have been moving along great there. We do have a number of new businesses opening, as well as a pending housing project for 600 new units, which would translate to 800 plus residents, and once it's fulfilled, I'm not sure that expanding 1 mile beyond a mile is worth the squeeze, the cost benefit there.
So would it trigger CEQA? We went to 1.5 miles?
We would need to go back and look at it. We evaluated it based on it's within a reasonable distance, so.
Okay. Before we go to the public, this was really great discussion, very thorough. Speaking for myself, I think, the current system we have in place is just kind of based on maybe a different vision for this city and the BRT corridor. And my problem is we also have the people we work for, the people of this community, and they have certain preferences, and some ride the bus and some don't. And we're talking about Blackstone or Cesar Chavez Boulevard. These are major transportation corridors. People want to have their cars. So I don't think consumers and people understand zoning. They just understand, I get off the bus, I want to be able to conveniently go and buy something to eat. But the businesses that invest, they have certain standards, and sometimes they need a drive-through to make it actually work for them. I think there's mitigation we can make to make it safer. That's possible. But I don't think we're really exploring that today. I think that the people we represent, they say, I want a job. Well, you have to build. And I think this has opened up an opportunity for us to look at this globally and say, how can we actually reduce the red tape? Maybe remove the entire requirement for a variance or whatever it was, and remove the layers and make it easier for businesses to say, you want to locate in this area, it's a major corridor, it's possible. I want us to get away from the narrative that this is making it business friendly. We're talking about one business in this case, maybe more in the future, but I just want to be very clear. This is, if the council wants to do this, respect it, it's nice, we move forward, but this isn't about spurring new business growth, it's helping one business, and that's all it is. So if there's no more discussion, we'll go to public comment.
And I do, for the record.
Sure, please.
Manchester is commercial regional. Staff just
Okay.
looked it up. So yes, they could do a drive-through.
Did you, yeah. Manchester.
Staff just looked it up. Manchester is commercial regional, same as River Park.
Okay. We're going to move on to public comment, and this is public comment on the 9:15 a.m. hearing, where we're considering a text amendment, application P25-00974. Is there anyone from the public wishing to comment? Last chance for public comment on this item, the 9:15 a.m. hearing. Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment, and we're going to close the hearing and bring it back to council discussion and action. Now, I recall the first person to want to make a motion on this actually was Councilmember Perea, so I'm going to bring the floor back to her, and she's also punched up first.
Thank you, Council President. While I am open to further modifications that Councilmember Arias was proposing, we have businesses that need help today, and so this ordinance is going to help them. So I do want to make a motion to approve the item as presented with the amendment from staff. And yeah, I don't want to hold this item hostage for a year while we go back and forth on further changes. Hopefully this does pass today, and then we can start having conversations about potential amendments in the future moving forward. Thank you.
Second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion among council members? Anything else? So just as I have a question for the motion makers. So there was a hope that we'd come back, and I'm not suggesting we hold anything hostage. It's just we're having the discussion now. Are you guys planning on bringing an item back to actually look at our global conversation on drive-throughs and see what we can do to actually incentivize businesses, or it's just going to be as is?
I'm open to further. I'm open to further amendments.
Okay.
I know one of my colleagues was very passionate about that, and so if he wants to bring something forward, I'm willing to consider that in the future.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion from council? I have no one punched up.
Councilmember Pereira, would you mind specifying the amendment by staff that you'd like to approve it with?
I may need help from staff, but I believe their recommended amendment was to add that it would not only be applicable to projects impacted by eminent domain, but it would be applicable to all projects impacted by City of Fresno Public Works.
A public work of improvement would be more specific because that would apply to multiple departments.
If staff wants to say that more eloquently, I would welcome that.
Yes, so it would replace the current proposal where it would apply to a project involving relocation due to eminent domain with a project that's required to relocate due to a project of public work.
That's the amendment. And then are you okay with that, Nelson? Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, that was my understanding. It was the
Got it.
motion was the text amendment as written with this one amendment.
With staff's recommendation.
It broadens it, yeah, it broadens it to public works projects.
All righty. I don't see any other council members punched up. There is a motion. There is a second. Any opposition? Just one. So the motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Okay. We have 5 minutes to spare. Let's see what's left. So we did consent. See what happens when you approve consent calendar early.
Council President, we can take 2Y. It's an easy item.
What's that?
2Y of the poll.
You want to do that? Okay. So we'll do contested consent, and at the request of Council Vice President, we will start with item 2Y.
I just want to make a motion to approve, and then just clarify for the record that the disclosure that was included in the packet should have reflected Robert Golden as the sole proprietor of the limited liability company that is doing the applicant before us.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Pereira. Any discussion on this item? There being none, is there any opposition? And no opposition, item 2Y from contested consent passes 7-0. We do have a couple more minutes, so we have item, well, I'll ask, 2C will take some time. So 2K and 2Q by Council Vice President, do you want to come back after lunch for those?
You can do 2Q, that's easy.
2Q, okay. You have the floor, Council Vice President.
City Manager, for the record, what's the status of the 30-plus items that we had to fulfill in order to regain our pro-housing designation?
I'm going to have Jennifer cover that as to what our application is actually including.
Basically, I just want to know, are we done with all 31 items?
No. So, good morning, Council. Jennifer Clark again. So, as you recall, in late May, the state revoked the city's pro-housing designation due to not completing certain items. To reapply, we need to work with the state to resolve that old application, but that does not require us to do the things that were on the list that we committed to do. So we have worked with the state to resolve that issue, and we are submitting a brand new application. And it acknowledges and recognizes all of the hard work that the city has put in to be very pro-housing and very welcoming to all housing applications in the city. And the city is not extending itself in committing to something that it has not already enacted.
When do we anticipate hearing back?
We anticipate submitting sometime around the middle of September. They have 30 days to determine whether or not the application is complete, but we've been working very closely with them. I'm hoping that by middle of October we should have our designation, which will help applications that will be submitted after that by us or other agencies.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
I do have some questions, though. There's a motion and a second. Motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Maxwell. I do have a motion. This is prepared from Santino Denisi. This is regarding a response to a request for information. So remember those back in the day? This is regarding a request for pro-housing designation information. So there's a point system, I believe. Is that correct? And I'll give this to you in a moment. The point system, I have two questions. Number one, how many points are needed to qualify? Because we talked about different mitigation measures. You guys have done a great job taking all these steps. Is there a number they say you hit 50 points and you're good to go? Does that exist?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
There is. So, pro-housing designation. I'm really actually very excited that you guys pulled this off because we've worked really hard on this, and getting revoked was probably one of the best things that happened to us.
Okay.
Because we went back with the state and sat down and went through all of our policies, all of our programs, all of our processes, and said, hey, this is what we do. Here's the state law, right? Here's what we do. And they're like, oh, that's great, that's great, that's great. You get points for that and points for that. The minimum is 30 points. We're submitting an application that staff thinks will get us over 100 points. That's 25% higher than the highest jurisdiction in the state of California. Wow. We're saying, hey, we're open for business. We're welcoming housing in our community without committing the council to a future action that you haven't already taken. This is great. This is awesome because we're saying, hey, look at all these amazing things we've done. And the state is super excited about quite a few of them. So I anticipate that we'll know pretty soon, Councilmember Arias, after we submit, that we will have ticked all the boxes and be able to pass their tests.
Okay, so thank you for answering that. That's great. So you're saying that we are in a much better position now than we were before?
Absolutely.
As is, you believe?
As is, without committing to any future action.
Okay. Because on this memo, there was policy 1G, and it said 3 points. And it said, permit residential uses in office zone district, semicolon, permit additional residential units in public and institutional districts. So my question is that 3 points each, or is that 3 points for doing both together?
So again, that was the old application. So the new application is online. And you can certainly look at that. So that point system was one consolidated 3 points.
Got it.
Jennifer, I want to make sure that we're being transparent with the council member. That was the old application.
Yep.
What's in the new application with regard to that item? I honestly don't know off the top of my head.
With regard to both of those, residential uses in office districts and residential uses in public and institutional districts. I'm just trying to see if the council hasn't taken action on that item yet.
Right.
Do we believe we're in a position where we can get our pro-housing designation? Because what I don't want to have happen is when that comes back for it to be said, without this, we won't get our designation.
Absolutely, that is not, again, so if we don't do it, right, so, but if we don't do it, it does not prevent us from submitting. Essentially, if the council has not adopted, the only thing we're submitting are things that are currently enacted by the council.
And
if by September 15th, the council has adopted residential in office, we will include it. If you haven't, we won't.
And the council did adopt it, but it has to come back for a second reading,
right.
assuming there's no changes.
It's not enacted yet.
Okay.
Right.
I don't want to go into too much detail about that, but just to be clear, do we believe right now we're in a good position, or do you need that to go through to
I do not need that to go through.
All right, that was my question. Sir, go ahead.
Hold on a minute, though. I think we need for pro-housing.
For pro-housing.
For pro-housing designation,
I need to do it for the housing element.
Sure.
But not for
pro-housing
pro-housing.
designation.
Thank you, City Manager.
Right. Okay. That's all I was trying to understand. So thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any opposition?
Director Clark, when was the new application put into effect?
We have not submitted our new application.
When did the new standards, when did this new application, I understand that we're applying for?
I think you mean we changed the point system a little bit? I think
No. So there are some new, there is a new application. When we first applied, we were still under a draft or a preliminary application process by the state. And they had certain goals. There's different categories. And then there are enhancements for points. And you look at each of the things, what are we doing that's this or above and beyond this, right? They're slightly different, but we had submitted an application with the council's approval that's committed us to do future actions previously. We're not doing that this time. We've gone through, it's a similar, not exactly the same, it's a similar application. And so what we're submitting are things that we're already currently doing, or projects that we've done that are unique and innovative, like Valley Teen Ranch, that we say, hey, look at this thing that's better. Does that answer your question? It's a new application form by the state, but it's generally the same kinds of information.
Great, okay. There being no more questions, there's been a motion and a second. Any opposition to item 2Q? There being none, that item passes 7-0. So we only have two contested consent items left, which we will get to after lunch, 2C and 2K.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
Can I just suggest that we just work through it? My questions are simple, quick.
Councilman Richardson, on the item 2C, how in-depth are your questions? I don't want, if you want time, I don't want to take that away from you.
I have 1.5 questions.
Okay, let's do 2K. That was pulled by Council Vice President regarding NOFA.
Yes, on this, Council President, I want to make a motion to approve with an amendment. I haven't spoken to City Manager about this yet, so this is last minute thought here. But it's simply to approve the item with the following amendment to the Regulated Communication Ordinance that would allow elected officials to communicate with the bidders and proposals once the administration has determined a recommendation and the City Council agenda is published with that recommendation.
Second that.
So,
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table on item 2K. Is there any discussion? Any opposition to that item, 2K? There being none, that item passes 7-0. Now to 2C. This was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Richardson and Vice President Arias. We'll start with Councilmember Richardson, only because you didn't get to start in the last three.
Good afternoon, council members. Francisco Partida, Interim Director of Fresno Airports.
Thank you.
Mr. Partidi, thank you for being here. The only question I had, so this is a nominal fee agreement. It's established nationally, not just for us, as I discovered through talking to you and some research. This is in D4, but it is at the airport and it's with the Air Force. So we're not really making any money off this tenant like we would off a traditional tenant, and I understand that. However, we have a significant runway improvement going on in addition to some other modifications to our air terminal. The runway will significantly affect the operations of the fixed-wing aircraft located there with the Air National Guard. Now, knowing that the federal government is going to significantly benefit off the improvement at our airport, what are we doing looking for grant funding and federal money to come down and invest in something that the federal government is using in Fresno?
Councilmember Richardson, thank you for your question. Yes, and just to add to your statement, the airport does benefit from this lease with the California Air National Guard and the U.S. Air Force through the 144th. We get approximately $208,000 per year through the Airfield Joint Use Agreement. So they do pay us more than a nominal fee for accessing the taxiways, the runways, tarmac, et cetera, and other services that we provide. And then your question about the funding availability for the runway reconstruction, it's something that we have been actively investigating and doing outreach to different DoD contacts, and we haven't gotten a no for an answer, but there's not a formal process to request MILCON dollars to be mixed with civilian construction. But it's something that we have also done, tasked some of our on-call consultants to further explore.
Okay, do you expect that with the addition of this new improved runway, that this joint use agreement of the $280K or so a year, that that's going to increase, or is that $280K also capped at the national level?
It is not capped. It's actually part of the Airfield Joint Use Agreement. Is something that we can negotiate every 3 to 5 years. We're currently midway, I believe, staff, midway through the Joint Use Agreement. It is 3% increase every year, automatic. So next year will be at 214,000 and so on. And when the 5-year agreement expires, obviously we will start the process a year before. We'll seek to continue standardizing that or be fair market value for that joint use agreement.
Good to go. All right, thank you. Council President, that's all I had.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President, the floor is yours.
How long have we been in negotiations with this agreement?
3 years.
Does, City Attorney, does this agreement include any provisions imposed by the city that somehow require the federal government to recognize our local values? For example, are we requiring them to hold a pride parade on the facility? Are we requiring them to do DEI as part of their contracting provisions? My question is just simply, are we treating the federal government as the current federal administration is attempting to treat us by imposing unrelated, unsubstantiated conditions on a simple lease agreement?
Not to my knowledge.
So it's just a simple lease agreement?
Correct.
All right. Secondly, City Attorney, is there any legal requirement that forces us to enter into the lease agreement, or can we simply choose not to?
I'm not aware of any requirement that requires us to enter into this lease agreement, assuming that we want the California Air National Guard to operate at our facility.
Got it. So it's a volunteer agreement that we've been negotiating for 3 years. Have we given the federal administration any new conditions in those 3 years? Have we flipped the script on them and imposed new conditions at the last minute?
None.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want that for the record. That'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Richardson. Any more discussion? Okay, any opposition to this item? There being none, the item passes 7-0, and that's lunch, and we will come back at 1:40. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And we'll be going to closed session, so if City Attorney can read the closed session roster, and we'll break at, we'll return at 1:40.
In closed session today, we have conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. We have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, California Smoke Shops Association v. City of Fresno et al. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. And conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. There may be announcements after closed session is completed.
And council concluded their closed session portion of the meeting at 3:47 p.m. We have nothing to report. Thank you for joining us. Our next meeting will be September 11th, and it will start at 10 o'clock a.m.